Hey everybody, getting ready to do another pixel art Pyrotoad stream, and yeah, so we'll be working on the next level. It's another cloud level. I had a whole bunch of fun last night making the last cloud level and making that little bit of music we did. So we'll probably take another listen to that, maybe make some changes, maybe you start some new music. I don't know. We'll see how far we get and how quick this next level happens. But yeah, first I'm going to spread that link around, and then I'll be right with you. So give me another few minutes, and I'll be right there. Alright, we're back from that ad break and we're ready to roll here. You can see what we did yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Got some chatting in. Yeah, there's a lot to this level. You gotta go from here, down there, up there, down there, up here, and then you go this way, and then you gotta go. I imagine you gotta go down there, and then there, and then there, and then jump off this wall probably, and I don't know. Maybe there's a platform or something in there. Not really sure. Oh, look at that! There's something got messed up. So we'll have to actually fix that. I didn't realize that happened there. But yeah, if we get rid of this background, you can see that should be below the art there, and that will fix it. So yeah, we're off to a good start. We'll just go ahead and fix that now while we're at it. We'll save it, export it. I'm gonna turn down my headphones a bit here. And yeah, so we've got this. Saving it over the other file, so yes, export. Now we'll go into our folder for our assets, and we've got our backgrounds folder here, and we'll be able to we'll go up a thing, and then we'll find the file to this one, we'll copy it. Now we'll go back into this folder we just opened, and we'll paste it there. Remove the suffix, replace the original, and voila, now we've got our thing there. So I'm still not exactly sure how you do it. I'm sure there's a way. I didn't design it, but so you go over here, probably land here, get the key, and then and then you go to the spring thing, hit this thing, jump over there. Hey, Big Lumby's first. Thanks for checking in, Big Lumby. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good rest of your night after the stream ended. Hope you had a good day today.
Hadouken!
Hadouken, hell yeah. And yeah, we just fixed something simple. I had the layer in the wrong order, and these little pieces here weren't in there, so they were invisible. So I just replaced it, and that fixed that. Lots of good fun there. This thing here, I think needs to be moved because it's like right there. Player's gonna hit the collider. But yeah, everyone should check out Big Lumby's stream. Last Playing Art. Super cool stream with the Anzi art. And what the hell is the name of that program? I had it on the tip of my tongue. Downloaded it yesterday. Mobius, there it is. Thank you for that. I was gonna get it, but you're much faster. But yeah, you were doing some Mobius art. And it sounds like you might be doing more of that in the future, so that's very interesting. Everyone should go check out Big Lumby's stream. I'm excited for it. I found that software to be very interesting. I wonder what this trigger does. Oh, I think that just pushes the player. Door left solid. Yeah. Oh, this one needs to be a spring too, huh? Let's go ahead and fix that. Springboard. That should take care of that. Although honestly, I don't know if these are just animated constantly or what, but I feel like they might need some type of, well, unless they just continuously move up and down, which actually might not be that bad. But yeah. Oh, for sure, it'd be nice for me at least, to get back into the swing of making ANSI art, but I'd be even better to share my knowledge with people. But it'd be even better to share my knowledge with people. Yeah, that's the cool part about, oh, look at that, this thing here doesn't have a trigger on it. Interesting. So maybe we should remove that. But yeah, that's the nice thing about doing the stream, is that you can kind of, you can do a little bit of both that way, you know? And learn on your own and teach others at the same time. So we'll make a little patch here, just patch it. And we'll save it and export it again, place it, and grab the new one, copy it, paste it here, change the name, replace it there, and now it's fixed here. So in case the player were to hit this spot, and I don't know, it just makes more sense that it follows the trigger. But yeah, so I haven't listened to that audio track since last night, and I was pretty sleepy when I was finishing it up, so it might be cool to check it out now in a more awake state before I get sleepy again. So we'll pause this and we'll hit play. I'm gonna turn my headphones up again so I can better hear what's going on. Bricks! Thanks for testing that out. But yeah, I'm digging this. I think this sounds cool. Nothing stands out to me as something that needs to be changed. I do wish it was a little bit longer, so maybe I'll come back to it with like a bridge or something. Cool. We'll let that play out a bit. So we got this level done. Ta-da! Nice. And I should probably figure out what these are. I have a feeling that they're like float zones or whatever. But I should probably make sure. So that means the music's gonna turn off. But we got backup music here. So yeah, this level here, we'll click here and click on this guy. Oh, there's water. Interesting, interesting. So we got the liquid again. So in the water is true. Engine field update. Not really sure what that does. It puts out your torch though, that's for sure. And it sets your sprite sheet to regular. It changes the maximum fall velocity. And it looks like it allows you to swim. A lot going on with this velocity stuff. And oh, it gives you infinite double jumps, or only 255, which is probably the closest you can get to infinite. So I imagine if you jump 255 times within the water, you won't be able to do that 256th time. Oh, there's a Pokeball, or a Pokecatch. A Pokemon in the Pokecatch, in the Pokeball. Bronzong. Oh, and you know what's something I learned is that you don't actually have to type Premier Ball. If you just do Pokecatch, it does it automatically. It's in the fine print. If you click on the Pokeball or the Premier Ball. That's interesting that this little slot here doesn't have that. I feel like this should be scooched over to there and just a little bit wider. Yeah, so we've got some water zones. Also, here, I feel like this should probably be... Unless there's some reason for why that's like that. I feel like that should... There should be no gap there. Yeah, other than that, it looks all good. So yeah, we actually do have some water that we can use, so we don't have to make that on the fly or anything like that. Let's turn that music back on though, because I was jamming to that. The Bongzong escaped. I realize it's a Bronzong, but it's a Bongzong, a Zong Bong. There's actually a brand of bongs called Zong. They do like this big Z shape in the bong. It makes like a 6-foot bong, only 3 feet tall kind of thing. The Bong Zone, there you go. Let's do this. Alright, so we got the music going. Let's look for that water level. I don't remember what level number it is, but it's somewhere in here. One of these. I feel like it's one of the chemical zone levels. Maybe this one? No, not that one. Maybe this one? No. I'm just like guessing here. Maybe I should go back to the game world and look. Sorry. A lot of back and forth here. So somewhere in here there is a level with water tiles. I'm gonna get the number. Maybe it's one of the Foundry levels actually. Let's zoom out a bit. Level 13, you know, how do you just know this stuff? There it is. Level 13, just as described. Welcome in, by the way, Johnny Manjiro. Hope you're having a great, wonderful day, evening, or day. We've got evening here, so you've got day there. 13G seems to be the one we're looking for. Yeah, so I don't know if you were there watching, but I made a few minor changes to the way the triggers were laid out, just so there was no gaps between them, because I wasn't sure why those gaps were there. It seemed like it might cause problems for the player. So, like, there was a gap here, I felt like shouldn't be there, so I scooched it over and made it a little bit bigger. And then there was a gap here also. And so, I just wanted to let you know that I made those changes, because I didn't think that those gaps were supposed to be there. The gaps need to be there. Okay. What do the gaps need to be there for? Just out of curiosity, I'll put them back. Is that so? Is there like a difference in these triggers, or is there something I should know? Or did it just not work right for some reason without them? I'm not really sure, but I got weird behavior without them. Okay, well, as long as it works, and that's what you need, then we'll keep them in there. I'm glad I said something then. Cause yeah, I was just kind of thinking like, hey, that looks weird. But if it's supposed to be that way, then that's what we'll do. So level 13. 13. Here we are, level 13. So yeah, we've got the top and the bottom and the middle. So let's see. It's probably on the art layer. Yep. Okay, so it looks like there's two variations of the surface. And two variations of the inside. So we'll grab all those and we'll throw them over here on a new layer. Call it art with the A. And we'll make a new layer below it also for the background. Now that we've got the right layer selected, we're just gonna paste that over there. We'll bring up our grid, and we will probably change the background or the palette. And I think those are animated. I can't really remember, but I think that it looks like something that I would try to animate, but maybe not. I don't really remember. It looks like I did not animate those, so that actually makes my job a lot easier if they're not animated. But if we feel like animating them, that's something that we could probably try to do. It would be quite a few tile swapping things to do, because there would be like 2 different ones for the surface on the bottom, 2 different ones for the surface on the top, and then 2 different ones for the inside. So that would be a total of 6 different tiles that would need to be swapped. Which wouldn't hurt the performance or anything, but it would take some figuring out on my half. Hey, Bard Pixels here. Welcome in, Bard. Thanks for the pew pew. Hope you're doing well. We're just working on a new level here. We got this level with, these are gonna be like liquid areas. Are you testing things? Trying to get the bricks and the pew pew at the same time? I think there's like a thing, it waits until the pew pew's done and then it goes to the bricks, so that way there's no overlap, I think. Trying to buffer them. Yeah, I think they do buffer. But yeah, everyone should check out Bard Pixel's stream. Can't wait for the next one. I haven't checked one out yet, so I'm interested to see when Bard starts streaming again, what it's like. But go give him a follow so that way you're ready also. And no pressure, Bard. I'm just eager to check it out. And yeah, so let's continue with what we're doing here. We got this. We can make a little brush out of that and just paint over this line there. And now I believe that it's just mirrored, but we'll grab this anyways to be sure. And we'll paste it here. Take a brush and draw that in. Thanks, dude. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for dropping in. I always appreciate you being here. I think these are actually going to be staggered. So we'll do that there and that there. And then we'll make a brush out of that. and just kind of fill that in the old-fashioned way. Yeah, and like I said, we'll probably change the palette on this, but for now, we'll just copy paste what we got. Oh, going over. And I think this we actually want to go to the edge, right? Or is there some reason? Yeah, no, it goes to the edge. Okay. That way we don't need to use a tile for the sides. Not sure. I think it'd be easiest just to do like a surface across that, so that way we don't have to make like an angle piece. That looks like all of the insides. We'll go ahead and do the surfaces now. We'll start with the bottoms. But yeah, we had a productive stream yesterday, so I'm assuming things are going to be just as productive tonight. I'm not sure how late I'll be streaming. I actually slept for like 10 hours between yesterday and today. I wasn't expecting that, but it was crazy time. Crazy time. I went to bed at like 2-ish, around 2:30 maybe, and then woke up at like noon. So yeah, like 9.5, 10 hours. Nice work with the jump game catch. It's so tough to do. I give you props because yeah, lining that up with the lag and all that stuff is just tough to do. I wonder if it's better to do like 2 blobs next to each other, so that way we don't need to do an angle. Just like an angle and a sideways one for right there. That would be weird, right? I don't know. We'll come back to that. Also, that one is weird too. I don't know what happened there. Wasn't paying enough attention. Laugh out loud. Yeah, it's so hard to get it just right. It is. It's a tough little game there. But hey, 5 points. You can duel that later. And get some battle music. Yeah, I was thinking about grabbing more battle music. But right now it's just, there's like, I don't know, 6 or 7, 8 songs. They're all Final Fantasy songs. But it'd be cool to do like, what, the Saga music, right? The music from Final Fantasy Game Boy games. I guess that's still kind of Final Fantasy, but technically it's Saga because in Japan it was Saga. Alright, so yeah. Hey, welcome in, Kixie. Good to see you. Everyone should check out Kixie's stream. She does Saturdays, and she has a stream schedule, so check out her About page. Give her a follow. Big Lumbie's mega high over there. And yeah, everyone should check out Kixie. She's, like Lumbie said yesterday, she's certified cool, and just a really cool, supportive person. I always appreciate her being here. Hi, how's it going? Going good. We're making the next cloud level. We're starting with the liquid stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for joining. There's a Pokemon in chat, a Tinkatink. That sounds like something Kixie might want to catch. And yeah, so we're starting with the placeholder art here, and we're just kind of make it into clouds. And we just kind of grabbed the liquids that we had from. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit on my end. And yeah, the liquids are gonna need a new color, I think, so that way they blend in better with the clouds. But other than that, we're going pretty smoothly here. I'm not sure what we're gonna do here and here. Like, for this we could easily just like do that, but then there's like this weird no surface on that. I don't think it's worth it to make a new tile. We could either make a line across, but that might indicate something to the player that we don't want them to have indicated to them, so I don't know. I'm thinking it might just be best to leave it just like this. No one caught the Tinkatink. That's a strange name for a Pokemon. But then again, they've all got kind of strange names, don't they? I can't imagine what it would be like to be in that group of people coming up with Pokemon names, especially like as they're running out of like ideas, right? It's like they probably have like a I don't know, some type of bonus. Every 500 Pokemon names you come up with, you get like $10 bonus. Come up with the easy $10, come up with 500 Pokemon names, and then they sort the best ones. They probably pay one person, that's their job, to like come up with the best Pokemon names for the best Pokemon. That would be a hard job. You'd have to like know all the different Pokemon. Alright, we got an ad here, so we'll take a little ad break, and then we'll come back to this amazing level design and kick this cloud's ass. So we'll be back in just a second. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. And yeah, Pixie, Pixie, Kixie, if you're still around, I hope you had an enjoyable day today. Wondering what you're up to, and you know, I imagine you're just kind of winding down if you worked, you know. But yeah. So I think we should try some different colors here for this, and I think we can use this cyan maybe. Let's expand this and grab this, and yeah, we'll put that there, and what am I doing here? We'll throw that there maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's too light. Something like that might work better. I don't know why I'm just not doing it like that. That would be the smarter way to do it. And then maybe do different colors for this too, right? Like do that, and then that. Yeah, I kind of like that. That looks kind of cool. It'll fit the cloud theme a little bit better. And then we'll do the background color the same as the last cloud level. And then we'll start grabbing clouds. We can get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. We'll start grabbing clouds. We'll start with these ones. Oh, were we not on the right layer? We were, we just pasted it underneath on the wrong layer. Okay. So yeah. We'll get the edges. I'm done with job work and now doing work for stream stuff. Hey, that's cool. Anything exciting that you want to spoil, or you don't want to spoil? Sounds interesting. I'm kind of itching to do more models for my PNG tuber guy. I've got a whole bunch of ideas now, and I think I might actually do them on stream eventually. But I want to make sure that we get as far as we can on this Pyrotoad stuff, and there's still a lot to do left, so might be a little bit until we get started on that. Just stuffs, right on. Sounds terrifying, to be honest. I'm just kidding. Yeah. And let's see. Well, I'm excited and terrified, but I'm excited, and can't wait for your stream on Saturday. I hope it's goes off without a hitch and everything's cool and a great time as usual. So we got these bottoms here. We can throw them here and this one here, and then yeah, this one's weird. I feel like it would be better if it wasn't like that, because like there's no reason you can't go through that. I feel like it would look better if it ended at it. So let's just go ahead and do that, since there won't be any difference in the collisions anyways. Let's throw that here. Yeah. That way it can kind of match what's going on here on this one. And we'll throw that here. I'm always tinkering with something. That's awesome though, Kixie. I think that's great, you know, because every time I like go into your redeems, well, not every time, but a lot of times when I go into your redeems, there's something new to play with, and I think that's super cool. It you know, it promotes what is the word, engagement, right? But yeah, I definitely am like inspired by your little dress up redeems, because that's the kind of thing that I want to work on with my thing. And yeah, I've got a whole bunch of ideas and I'm really excited for them. Thank you. Yeah, no, you're very welcome, but honestly, thank you for being so inspiring, because like, heck, if I didn't know you, Kixie, my stream would be super boring, and I don't even know for a fact that I'd even have started streaming again, because you definitely inspired me to get back on the streaming kick, and I really enjoyed doing it, you know? I kind of like forgot how much I enjoyed doing it, and I don't know. It's definitely better knowing you, Kixie, because you just bring so much life to it, you know? Sometimes I can get kind of like bored of things and just do things my own way, and you know, I talk to a lot of developer streamers and stuff like that, a lot of art streamers, and it's always work stuff, you know, it's always work streams. Wow. Yeah. No, I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising to you, but as a developer, I'm always doing work stream stuff, and seeing someone who's just streaming for fun and just having a fun stream, like, that's awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love being productive too, but to be able to like take elements that I get inspired, you know, inspiration from your stream, and take some of those elements and kind of put my own spin on them in my own stream, bring more fun and more life to my own like work production stream, right? Because yeah, that way it doesn't get so boring here, right? Because it can get really boring if it's just work, the technical. This is jargon, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you don't know what that means. This is what that means. Like, it's good to have some fun. And I feel like when I'm just working all the time, I kind of forget what's fun for everyone else, because like, this is fun for me. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't fun. It's not like it pays super well to make video games, you know? It's not like, oh yeah, I'm doing this for the money. I'm doing this because I enjoy it. But it's definitely more fun to do it than to watch. So if I can bring more enjoyment to the viewers, like, I'm all for it. I'm aware that it can be boring sometimes. So it's important to me to try to increase the amount of fun, to maximize the fun factor here, just like it's a game, you know? Why not try to gamify things as much as possible? Most of the people who watch Stritch it's a new streaming platform called Stritch. No, most people on Twitch are gamers. That's what they came here to watch, is games. And yeah, like, making games is related, but it's also very different from like watching someone play a game. And I love watching people play games, you know? When I was young, I watched my brother play so much games, like, and you know, I have stepbrothers too, so there was a lot of that, you know? Like, we would all watch each other play games. We would all play together too, especially by the time the N64 came out. And I think we had a multi-tap for Super Nintendo also, I want to say. I don't know, actually I'm not sure if we did. One of my neighbors did though, and like, we would borrow it. And dude, multi-tap Super Nintendo was actually really, really good. Like, there wasn't like a crap load of games that used it, but like Super Bomberman used it. Yeah, no, we definitely had one because I remember playing a lot of Super Bomberman with the multi-tap. I think we had a late version of it though, because there was like the Hudson version, and then I think there was like a smaller version. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really remember. It's kind of a blurred memory. We have a Gossifleur in chat. It's a strange name. They're all strange. I keep saying that that's a strange name. Uh-oh, the Pokecath isn't the thing. But Pokecatch is. Let's put that there and then just move it over. Just like that. But yeah, I go to a lot of dev streams still, you know, like that's something that I do a lot of, and they're not always exciting. And it surprises me that some of them get so many viewers and people in chat when it's not that exciting. So I think that it's a good thing to add as much excitement as possible. I think, even though there's not a lot of people here, I think they appreciate the excitement, or at least the attempt at excitement. I'm not going to claim that I'm exciting. I think I mentioned on stream yesterday that I have trouble putting energy in my voice or just being energetic in general. It's something that I practice and strive to get better at. But I'm not trying to fool anyone. I am who I am. I used to be like the most monotone person. Like that's what people knew me as, the monotone person. And it was funny to me, you know, because I didn't like try. But like now that I'm like older, I realize that like having energy in your voice like makes you charismatic. It makes making friends easier, you know. People don't want to like have to like keep themselves awake while you're talking, you know. I mean, a good friend will, but it doesn't make it any easier on them, you know. And yeah, I'd like to be a more charismatic person than I am. I don't think that it's like life and death or anything like that, but I think it'll help me with you know, streaming and selling games and all that stuff and making friends. I'm not terrible at making friends, I just don't do it very often. Like, it's not something that I like focus on. And I don't know, I have confidence in the fact that I can make friends, I just don't always care to do it. What I end up doing is making like a few close friends, and then like that's all I need. I'm cool with that, you know. Like I don't need like 1,000,001 friends. And then when, you know, for whatever reasons, you know, people part ways or distance grows between them, I just find new friends. And it's like something goes off of me, like, oh, I think I need a new friend, and then I go out and I make a new friend. And if they're a good friend, then I keep them around. If they're not, then I don't. Just sent you clear videos of the cloud levels on Discord. Oh, cool. Well, we can take a second to go check them out. Yeah, we'll just throw this here. And yeah, so we've got cloud level 1. If anyone's wondering how these levels work, of course there's no clouds here, and you change into a lightning bolt when you wall jump. But this was the level that I was trying at for like, what, half an hour, and couldn't get past the first quarter of the levels, so it'll be interesting to see if someone complete it here. So smooth, Johnny. I don't know how you're this smooth. You must have practiced like a crap load. I mean, I'm telling you, you probably died a bunch just getting this video. It probably took you a bunch of time. Okay, so that one looks hard, but just wait till you see the next one, because this one's even harder. I know because I tried it myself. And thanks again for sending these. This is definitely helpful for me. Just through iterations of testing, you get good at it. I believe it, but still, it's not an easy thing to do. This level is frustrating though, probably will nerf some stuff. Well, I'll appreciate it, that's for sure. Or another thing, you know, I was thinking, and this is just an idea, but it's not impossible to do checkpoints. You know, you get to a certain point, and it might take some figuring out with all the actor limits and that kind of stuff, tile limits and palette limits and all that stuff. Damn, I can't believe you did that. That's just so, you make it look so effortless. And yet I know that it's like super difficult. Here's the next one. Something to consider for sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just an idea. I tend to just have ideas, so none of them are like something that I demand or anything like that, but it would make the game a lot easier. And honestly, I think that players would appreciate it, is the other thing. I think one of the complaints that we'll probably get is that there's no checkpoints. We live in a checkpoint society. Man, that looks like it'd be tough to not accidentally hit the spikes there. But yeah. And then, was that the last one? Or no? Looks like there's two of this one. It took me like 8 minutes to record that last level though. I was dying and raging a lot. One more. Are these not the same? I think they're the same. Oh, it's the beginning of the level is the same as at the end of the previous one. I see what's going on there. Man, that looks tough. So are those ones supposed to be spikes then? The one that's moving in a circle? Or all of those? Because they like squish you, right? I need to watch this one again. Yeah, some sort of big spike will do. Yeah, cool. Or we could reuse the brambles, but typically those can be shot at, so we probably shouldn't use the brambles because the player will be like, oh, I can just shoot those. Whoa. This shit's crazy. That looks tough. It's not even like the last level. Just the last of the cloud levels. But yeah, thanks for showing me those videos. That definitely makes things a little bit easier for me as far as knowing what the player is supposed to do. Yeah, I don't see myself being able to beat these levels, so... Yeah, like a checkpoint or like an easy mode, I think that might be something to think about. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. But yeah, Johnny, we made some new music on the last stream. I don't know if you got a chance to hear that. I'll throw that on though. It's not the world's best song, but I like it. I'm enjoying it. We can get it to play. Sometimes it doesn't like that. I was looking a bit. I think it's the best so far. Oh, cool, cool. I'm glad you like it. I was thinking it might be cool to add like a bridge to it, but also like it doesn't necessarily need it yet. But yeah, I have a feeling that like the tracks are gonna get more intense for the later levels. So yeah, I was thinking more like, you know, happy major major scales and you know, and then later we'll get into more minor scales and more intensity and yeah. Because they say minor scales have a tendency to be sad, but I don't think that's accurate. I think it's more that they carry more emotion, typically, or at least the emotions are more fueled, right? Because like major scales have emotion too, but also like that, like what C major is like happy birthday and like twinkle twinkle little star and stuff, like they're pretty rudimentary scales to the ear. I mean, they don't have to be, but like it does something to the ear because we hear those scales as a kid a lot. A lot of like nursery rhyme type music is like C major, which I love C major, and you know, no beef against C major at all. There's some really great songs in C major. Stairway to Heaven's in C major. But yeah, when I first started playing, I hated C major because it just felt so rudimentary and like childish. And the more I played with it, the more I learned you can do a lot with it, and it doesn't have to sound childish. It can actually sound really like complex and emotional, but usually a happy emotion, which, you know, is a little bit different than what you get from minor scales and modalities. Kixie says, I really like the clouds. Thanks, Kixie. I'm glad you like. Do you see the penguin? Do you see the penguin in the clouds? Because there's a penguin in there. It's right here. It's got kind of a hunchback going, but this part is the penguin. Ever listen to music where people edit and swap major minor? I'm sure I have. I don't know anything off the top of my head. But yeah, I think that's interesting when you take something and change the key. That's something people do quite a bit, honestly. Nice. I haven't heard the game laughter in a while, so that was a fun one. Scared me a little bit. But since it wasn't coming from outside of my headphones, I wasn't too scared. I want to say that was a Shredder laugh, too. Like, country roads in minor, losing my religion in major, etc. worth checking out. Yeah, that would be interesting. Losing my religion in a major scale would be interesting. You know what I was watching too today? Sometimes I fall into these rabbit holes. There's this YouTube channel, and they're not the first person to do this, but they dissect samples in popular music. And my favorite sample dissection is, well, I think my favorites are the Prodigy. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. A Esper, which is some type of cat. I kind of want a cat. Ultra Ball. And, excuse me, I need water. I need to drink some water. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, my throat just got really dry there for a second. Yeah, so the Prodigy is like, well, first of all, really well known for being like a crazy sampler, but they do stuff where like entire songs are composed of other songs and you don't even realize it when you're listening to it. He'll sample things like the Foo Fighters, you know, songs that still get radio play every day, but you don't even realize that's what he's sampling when you listen to it. Yeah, I was watching one, can't remember the name of the song, but it's that one where it's like, where they sample Max Romeo, Chase the Devil. I'ma put on an iron shirt and chase the devil out of earth. But yeah, that whole sample, or that whole song is just composed of like a crazy amount of samples. It's nuts. I don't know what happened here, but that doesn't look right. There is an ad here, so we'll take a little ad break. That way I can hydrate, my voice doesn't crack again. For some reason my voice cracks. I don't know what it is, but it does. It helps me to sound young, I think. People just assume that I'm younger because my voice cracks. See, it just cracked when I said voice. It's weird. It only happens when I'm chatting a lot. It doesn't happen if I'm like singing. I don't know, maybe, I think it's because I've been drinking more tea lately. The caffeine is affecting the dryness of my voice. So there's that ad. We'll take a little ad break here. And I'll be right back with hopefully less dry voice. Alright, we're back from the ad break. And Johnny Manjuro wrote, just to let you know, my thoughts, I'm leaning towards nerfing most frustrating parts of the levels rather than implementing easy mode or checkpoints. You'd be surprised how with a little tweaking, a seemingly impossible level can become manageable. And yeah, I agree with that, I understand that. And you're the designer. I'm not going to argue on what is the best design, but I will say that you'll encounter different like skill levels within players, and having something like an easy mode would make it easier for more people to get enjoyment of it, where having something just with one strict level of challenge, you're in a way excuse me, in a way it limits the amount of players that will enjoy it. And that's all, you know, that's all I have to say about that. Like I said, it's your design, and if you feel like it's better off without an easy mode, then that's totally cool too. I do think it wouldn't be that hard to implement an easy mode also, if that was part of the problem with that, because I think something as easy as changing the speeds of the enemy's movement would be enough to be an easy mode. But again, it's your design, so I definitely think that you're going to make the right decision in the end, and I'm not going to push you back on whatever you decide. Players might, however. Oh, this one we don't need. Let's get some of those small clouds in there. Let's get both of these. But yeah, I've been testing this game called Hellbreaker, and it's super awesome. I am just such a fan of this game, and the dev is super cool. I gave them some feedback, they liked it. It sounds like they're going to implement some of the feedback that I gave them, and then other parts it sounds like they may or may not, you know? Yeah, we'll be able to make a better decision when testing gets going. Yeah, absolutely. Testing is going to be crucial for a game like this, I feel like. And, you know, if you feel like we need to change the level's design, that's totally cool, you know? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I gotta redo stuff. Like, I want to make the game as good as possible, so if that means redoing some of the levels, then so be it, you know? Even if it means completely restructuring something or changing the art completely, like, it's not the end of the world to me. What am I looking for? This. But yeah, Hellbreaker is really cool. It looks like they're implementing like an outline for where the next column is gonna drop, so that should help. And then they're doing hard drops, so you can just like hit the button twice or something like that. I'm not sure what they'll decide. But yeah, the feedback I gave them was that when you pause the game, you can still see the playfield and what's gonna drop next, and you can kind of cheese the game that way. You can, like, when things get really fast, you can pause it, think for a second, okay, that block's coming next, this is where I want to put it, unpause it, put it there, and then pause it for the next block, you know? And that's kind of cheating. So I found myself doing that on the harder levels, and I was like, you know what, maybe the game shouldn't have this. And they agreed, so that's probably gonna get covered up when you pause. Because I've seen that happen in a lot of puzzle games, you know? I think even Tetris has like a pause on it. I don't know what happens when you pause it in two-player mode. I guess it would just pause it on both screens, right? But yeah, I would love to play Hellbreaker with 2 players. And you know, there's a way to do the link cable on the Miu Mini. Wait, these bottom ones don't need to be here. We need the other clouds for that. But also, where's the penguin? We need the penguin. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy that this, even though this song is really short, it's not too repetitive. Like, it's not really getting annoying to me yet. I mean, it might be getting too annoying to some of the viewers. So we'll put on the regular music. But that was like my little like test to see if it gets annoying, and it really isn't that annoying to me yet. So that's a good thing, I think. But yeah, after this one, we'll end it and we'll put on the regular tunage. But yeah, I'm happy with the way that one turned out. Maybe we'll get into some more music later tonight, because that's an enjoyable experience for me. I like making music. And Johnny's music has been good too, so it'll be cool to have both of us on the music credit, I think. And before long, we'll have to get into more sound effects. That will be a whole nother thing. The sound effects, I don't know, they're not easy. They're kind of easy for me, I feel like, but I love using VFXR to make sound effects. Just like so easy. And I've been using that for like years and years and years now. So I kind of know the ins and outs of like how to make unique sounds, and like how to like do them quickly, and then like utilize the software to help you, and then like push it in a direction and that kind of thing. I've shown the software to numerous people, and a lot of times they'll be like, oh, this is really cool, look at what I made, and then you listen to it, it's like, oh my god, that sounds terrible. Of course you don't say that to them, but it's not as easy for other people to make good stuff with that software, I found. But I have a blast doing it. That would even be fun to do on stream. I did the sound effects for Demon Fish Dead Ahead on stream, and of course a lot of them I did with my mouth, but I did do quite a few of them with VFXR as well. Honestly, I really like recording sound effects too. Like, if I have the opportunity, I like to use a microphone and get like a field recording type thing. Yeah, sometimes they don't always work. I remember when I was working on Little Screamies, I was trying to record my mom's hardwood floors creaking. I don't think I ended up using those in the game. Maybe I did. I don't remember, to be honest. But the most fun part of that was my mom had her dryer was something went terribly wrong with it, and it was making these like really loud squeaking sounds, and it was terrible for me because I was living in her basement with the laundry room like right there. So I'd be working and this thing would be like it was just crazy loud, and it was like screeching, like metal on metal like screeches, and before the repairman came, I got my microphone out and recorded it. And then I was able to like, because it wasn't squeaking all the time, it was only squeaking sometimes. And then so there was that like the dryer, you know, like engine, and so I was able to like sample the dryer part and then remove that using like noise canceling techniques. and just get the squeak and then EQ it, so when the Octobird in the game does this like squeak at you, you don't hear the dryer at all. You just hear the squeaking of the dryer, and I thought that was hilarious that made it into the game. I did have to adjust it a few times to make sure it wasn't too abrasive, but yeah, it made it into the game. Oh, I guess that can't go there. Like that. But yeah, it was a lot of fun doing the sound effects for that game. I got to use my voice for like all of the other characters. I actually didn't do all of the sound effects. Some of them I was able to source to make things happen faster. I use a website called freesound.org, which is fantastic for that type of thing, because there's like a wide range of professionals to amateurs that upload samples with varying levels of like licensing. But there's quite a few that use Creative Commons Zero licensing, which means that you can reuse it, you can manipulate it, you don't need to attribute anyone.
Here comes a big one.
Nice. Hey Wallace, welcome in. Thanks for for checking in. And I always love the Star Fox redeems. That's why I made them, so I'm glad you use them. But yeah, we're just chatting about sound effects, making sound effects. It's an amateur pastime of mine. Well, I guess sometimes I do it professionally.
Just shoot it, Fox!
Just shoot it, Fox. There you go. Yup. But yeah, even when I was a little kid, sound effects are hard. I was just saying how they can be hard for people, but I find them to be not that difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I'll like try something and it doesn't work and I don't end up using it, and I usually know when to give up, and I think maybe knowing when to give up is the hardest part. Or knowing when it's best to use sourced samples, or knowing where to find source samples can be hard. But like a lot of times I'll be able to find source samples and manipulate them to do the things that I want them to do. That way I don't need to like go out and record a chainsaw, for example. You know, there's already a bunch of chainsaw recordings out there. But yeah. Then you gotta understand the licensing information and stuff like that, but that's really not too challenging to figure out. Alright, so I think we have a tile for, yep, this is the tile that I want, right there. And we'll throw that here. Wait, so that is different than the one that I want. But, so we can change it though. We'll just get rid of this, and we'll like, let's throw in this. Yep, perfect. But also that looks funny. Let's since we're making it unique, we might as well like, whoa, what happened there? There. And then we'll need some angle ones here. So these will have to be unique as well, but that's okay. We've got tiles to spare. But yeah, I love doing sound effects. When I was a kid, I used to do it just for the hell of it. Just like, my parents probably thought I was doing it just to annoy them, but I was doing it because I liked it. You know, I liked cartoons. I wanted to be like, I wanted to make cartoons even when I was a kid. And honestly, I still kind of want to make cartoons. I probably still will make a cartoon eventually. Do sprites affect the tile count? So sprites have a different effect on the tile count. It's a little bit weird and I don't fully understand it. But if we check out GB Studio, we go to the game world, at the bottom of each one, you've got your actor count, your sprite tile count, and then you've got your trigger count. So this sprite tile count is different than your background tile count, right? It's a little bit confusing, but maybe it's not. I don't really know. Also, this number is weird to me too. It says tiles 44, and then like on this one, for example, it says tiles 91. This one, it says tiles 88. Tiles 43. How is this only using 43 tiles? Like, I guess maybe that's accurate, but... And then if you add in the sprites, it brings it to 78. But you can use 192 background tiles and still use the sprite tile. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. I'm not quite sure exactly where the limits happen with sprite tiles, but there are sprite tile limits. Because it does something different with the VRAM, and I'm not really sure ins and outs of it, to be honest. Like, what was one that we were like really close? This one here. It says there's only 40 tiles. We know that's not accurate because we like struggled to make it 192. And it's like almost exactly 192 when we do a tile count with software. So I don't know how they come up with 40, because there's way more than 40 tiles. But then you go to the sprite thing and it says 64 out of 192. Like, so the numbers don't make sense to me. I'm not quite sure how it works, but I have gone over on in source hack, I believe, on the sprite tile count. So sprites and backgrounds have independent tile counts. I'm not really sure. I wish I knew more information on it. It seems like they're independent, but then it like lumps them together. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they both have 192. I don't know. It's confusing. That if that was the case, that would make sense then. If they were both 192, because that would make like that. My confusion would be warranted then, because they're both 192 at that point, right? Oh. Yeah, I wish I knew more, honestly. I wish I was capable enough to rewrite the engine like the people in Hellbreakers. Like, it's just so like awe-inspiring what they're able to do with that game. And I would like to one day learn C++ and or C or whatever it is they're using to write the engine. But it would be so cool also to just like write your own engine, right? Or to use the toolkit without using GB Studio and just like manage everything on your own. And because then you could do like crazy things, like change the collisions at runtime, right? How cool would that be? I know it's possible. I don't know how you do it, but it's possible. Within GB Studio, you'd have to rewrite the engine to do it, and I'm sure people have, but I don't know how they do it. Wish I knew. But also, I really want to learn N64 development. One of my game dev friends is that's what they're doing. They're a GB Studio dev, but they're a programmer. They've got like a CS major, and they're doing Nintendo 64 development for fun. And that to me is just so cool. I would love to do Nintendo 64 stuff. Of course, they're doing all sprites just to like get their feet wet. But I think it would be super cool to do 3D stuff in 64. Nintendo 64 was like a huge impact on my life. I was at that age where like it didn't look like shit to me. My child mind was able to like, I don't know what the word is, to embellish on the crappiness in my head, right? So like I could make up for the crappiness. Like, it's so weird if you look at like PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 forward, and then you look at Nintendo 64, it just seems so primitive, you know? But it's the same thing if you look at Atari 2600, and then you look at, like, you know, even Super Nintendo. The 2600 just looks so primitive. But if you're like a little kid, you can play both the Super Nintendo and the 2600, and your brain can do the same thing and just like filter the images to make them look more interesting in your head, you know? And I think as adults, you kind of lose that. And also I think that like the more expectations you have of high fidelity, like the harder it is for that to occur. So I think kids today probably look at pixel art and say, what the hell is that? Where kids of yesteryear could look at pixel art and say, oh, that's a dragon, even though it looks like a bird, like a demented bird. I'm talking about Adventure, by the way. But yeah, like, it's a weird thing. So it's a weird thing. I think we lived in a golden era, and I'm sure that people say that a lot throughout history, or have said that a lot throughout history. But I think it's true. I think that you can't experience what we experienced today. Like, I think that's why there's such a big push for nostalgia driven art, because we want that experience again, and it's gone, and the only place we have it is in our mind. And if we view art like pixel art or low poly art or PSX style art, like, we can kind of remember what that was like, and then our brain can do the rest. And brains are actually really good at that kind of stuff, you know? Like filling in the gaps. It's like the way blind spots work, right? I don't know if you guys ever studied vision, but everyone has a blind spot in each of their eyes, and they're not all in the exact same spot. They're close to the exact same spot, but it's not in the exact same spot for everyone. But it's like so close to the same spot that there's these like I don't know what you call it, tech demo, right? Tech demo for the eye, where if you look directly at the center of the image, like the dot in the center, you won't see part of the image, and they'll like pinpoint where that blind spot is to a degree, and all of a sudden when you look at the center, the thing off to the side disappears because it was drawn where your blind spot typically is. And like I said, it's a little bit different for everyone, but for the most part it's kind of the same, because what it is it's your retina in the back of your eye needs blood. It's your eyes are just like filled with blood, a crazy amount of blood in your eyes. And that's why if you ever see, like, before there was the red eye technology, red eye removal technology in phones and stuff, or cameras, I say phones, and cameras, if you had a direct flash, you would see the blood in the eye, and that was why you had red eyes in your images. The eyes were red because the amount of blood was reflecting red back from the flash. But anyways, you need to get that blood in there, and that's where the retina comes into play, because it's a pretty thick vascular like vessel, right? It moves lots of blood, and so in order to do that, it has to be kind of thick, and if it's thick, then it has to take up spot on the eyeball, and the eyeball is mostly
Dirt? You're eating dirt? Why?
Why? Oh man, I always forget about that character. But yeah, what was I saying? The eye needs blood, the blood's got to get there, and then all of a sudden you've got a blind spot. And your brain, the amazing organ that it is, fills in the gaps for you, and instead of seeing like darkness there, you see the surrounding colors, the surrounding values. So if there's a shadow there, your blind spot sees a shadow. There's a wild Abra in chat. That's a Gen 1 Pokemon. I recognize that name before the names got crazy. So we'll throw an Ultra Ball at it. We do got an ad coming up in a minute, so we'll take a break for that. These clouds look kind of funky, don't they? Let's not do that. Let's do. Let's just do these so they don't look so funky. Lumby, are you a Star Trek fan? Are you a Trekkie? I actually didn't get into Star Trek until like maybe the last 5 years or so. But I got pretty deep into it. Let's get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. My dad is, but I'm not so much of one. Much more of a Doctor Who fan. I never got into Doctor Who. I have one friend who was like, "Oh, you gotta watch Doctor Who," and I think I've seen an episode or so. But yeah, never got into Doctor Who. But yeah, my dad was a big Star Trek fan too. And I couldn't get into it because I think that did something, right? Because like I would be like, "Dad, this is boring," and he wouldn't bother to explain it to me why it wasn't boring, you know. And then it was, to me, it was like when he would watch football, and I'd be like, "Can't we like watch cartoons or like play video games?" And he would just like kind of fall asleep on the chair watching either Star Trek or football. It just felt like, you know, it felt like he was doing it to spite me. But I get it now. I get it. And as an adult, I definitely appreciate it more. So these tiles look funny. Let's do something else with those. Maybe these ones. That looks a little bit better. Oh, there's an ad in progress, so we'll take that ad break here, and I'll be right back with you after the ad. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. And, yeah. We're moving forward. So, let's see here. We've got this there, and then I swear we had something. Where did it go? This one. We'll put that there, and down here. So yeah, that's gonna need some adjusting, I think. But for now, we'll take that and put it here and swap it. And then we'll adjust it. So I think what we can do is take the top half of this and then just copy that there. And then since it's unique and anyways, we can kind of just move the pixels around to our liking. And this doesn't seem right for whatever reason. I think that looks okay. Looks a little weird, but oh, that's why. That looks better. And I know we got some inside corners here. But yeah, we're cruising right along here. Yeah, that's gonna need something else. That's what we want there. And here. There. Yeah, so I was gonna play some Sea of Thieves tonight with Indiana Crones again, but apparently he's working late, so he's not gonna be able to stream tonight from what I understand. But that's not a big deal. I appreciate that he gave me the heads up. I honestly, I kind of forgot which night, if you said Tuesday or Wednesday, but I thought it was Tuesday because I'd been talking about going to the barcade on Wednesday. So, and it looks like the weather is gonna be okay. It's supposed to be windy tomorrow, but other than that, it should be fine. There's a chance of rain, and there's a chance that the winds could become very strong, but wind isn't there. So I think we can use just like a regular top piece for this, and then a regular side piece for that. Yeah, and then this will need one of those funky ones we have somewhere. Right here. And then this, I don't know what that needs. Something like this. I think that works. What else do we need? We need this. We'd probably just use the regular top piece for those. And then this. Probably just use a regular side piece. Then we'll get some inside tiles for this. I don't like how these are right next to each other. Let's do something else with that. Maybe this? Yeah, that works. And then let's not do this. Let's just take these, and that'll make it a little bit easier. Same thing on this side. Cool. And then we're like done. We just need these. Bring them over here. Is there anything else I'm missing? I think all the foreground is done. We got all the liquid done. So now we just need spikes and bridge pieces and one-way walls. Cool. Alright, so we'll start with the bridge pieces. But yeah, you know, I was actually surprised how many views the stream got on YouTube yesterday. And someone commented on one of my YouTube videos the other day, like a positive comment, so that's cool. They said that the Pyrotoad project looked interesting, and they have a channel where they were doing reviews on hidden gems for the Game Boy, as well as or Game Boy Advance also, and then they did some aftermarket stuff on there too, demos and aftermarket games that they had a chance to show off. They didn't say much about them, but they were clearly enjoying them, so that's cool that they are a enjoyer of aftermarket games. Oh, what happened to the spike? Did I hit the wrong button? There, that's the right button. What's going on here? Oh. There we go. But yeah, it's cool that people are watching it on YouTube on occasion. I was going through some of my analytics, and it seems like it takes a couple days, but they usually get about 15 to 20 views, which is like, you know, not a lot, but it's like more than I'm expecting, considering it's just like a VOD, you know? A Wild Chansey has appeared in chat. That's a Gen 1. I remember them. I'm probably running out of Ultra Balls here. Not yet. Take a look at my Ultra Balls. Can I do that? Oh, I still got like 22 left. Never mind. I'll be fine. So now we need one-way walls, and then there's these spikes here. So let's take a look, and probably just one trigger for that area. Yep. So we'll grab those big spikes that we used before on an earlier level, and just give them a new background. I'm not sure what level has big spikes. I always forget. One of these. Well, a lot of these. So, let's guess this one. Yep, there's big spikes there. So we'll just grab these spiker doodles, copy that, paste it there, and then we'll replace the that. And just to make it less weird, we'll stretch these out. Maybe we should stretch the other one. Like that. That looks a little bit better. And then we just have these one-way walls. So I'm pretty sure that it goes that way and that way, but let's double check to be sure. Oh, this one goes in that way. Interesting. And then this one is the same. And then we've got... Oh, these ones are the opposite. We actually need those to be different. And these ones too. So yeah. I made a couple mistakes here on this one and this one. So let's grab the one-way wall from here. And so like right here. Over here. And so we had that, but we'll rotate it to be that way. And then, oh, I missed it. Grab the selection instead of what I was trying to select. Or the marquee instead of the selection. Alright. We can get rid of the reference, and I want to double check to make sure that I'm not forgetting anything. Ah, yeah, so this one I was making a mistake on, so we'll get that one too. Yeah, so there's 3 down arrows and 2 right arrows. And that should be the rest of it. Cool. All right, so now we can start with the dithering. So we'll start with these clouds here. And see if we can't make room for those anywhere in here. Oh, we need the right layer. We'll call it dither, so there's no confusion. Could probably do them like going off the thing like that. Yeah. Bet we could even fit one behind this. Yeah, it won't be long before we're adding Pyrotoad music to the stream. And there'll be even more cool music to listen to. Alright, so I think we got enough big clouds. Let's grab the smaller clouds. And yeah, Scalt from my Discord liked the clouds. They were impressed with how they turned out. So that's always cool. And both him and I are keeping streaks up on my Discord, which is cool. We've both got a streak of 3. So in a way, we're low-key competing. And I'm gonna keep my streak longer than he does. Probably not though, he's actually been pretty consistent for a long time now. I don't even think he knows that we're competing. He's just going about his normal business. But yeah, Scalt's been doing a lot of shoot 'em up stuff. I actually met him on a shoot 'em up Discord. He was one of the few people who were responsive to Retro Spaceball on there. And I understand Retro Spaceball is not really that shmuppy. It doesn't follow the like, I don't know, the predefined shmup terms and stuff. It doesn't. It's definitely a shmup-like, I guess. It has shoot 'em up qualities, but not all shooters are shmups, which is kind of ridiculous. But at the same time, I get it. Like a lot of like shmups that have like life bars, they're considered Euro shmups, even if they're not from Europe, which is interesting to me, because there was a period where European developers were trying to make shmups, but would always add things like life bars, and so anything with a life bar in it got coined a Euro shmup. And typically, people see that as like a bad thing within the shmup community. But there's also some really good Euro shmups. Euro shmups like Tyrion is a super well-known and super liked shmup that is a Euro shmup. But a Euro shmup is still a shmup, right? So... or STG, they call it. Which STG stands for shooting game, but different from a first-person shooter. So yeah, it's a little bit weird terminology, a little bit vague, a little bit strange. People draw all these lines in the sand, you know, and they're like, this is what this is, and this is what that is, and it's just like, okay. Just kind of have to go with it. People get upset if you call a Bullet Heaven a shoot 'em up, you know. But the Bullet Heaven people, a lot of times, they don't know that they're making something that's not a shmup, so they will call it a shmup just to try to like get some of that audience, and then the shmup people get upset. They're like, no, this isn't a shmup. But I feel like the pinball community is like that too. And I know this because Retro Spaceball is trying to be both shmup and pinball, and like it's neither. But yeah, if you tell someone it's shoot 'em up pinball, they're gonna kind of realize that it's already neither to begin with, right? There hasn't been any like real pushback on the terms that I'm using. It's clearly not what you expect. It's not like other stuff. But it did pull a lot from shoot 'em up games. You know, the fact that your player is stuck at the bottom of the screen. There's a whole bunch of parallax scrolling. The ad starting in 3 minutes. Yeah, and then you shoot the ball, much like you shoot the bells in Twin B. That's where I got the idea from, or partially. Yeah. Definitely has some Arkanoid and some other things in there. There's actually this game called Hogan's Alley that it was a light gun game for NES. And it had this this trick shot mode where you shoot cans that are flying across the screen, and you you have limited ammo and you don't want to miss, and like you get points based on how many you shoot. And I definitely got a lot of inspiration from that because I loved that game as a kid. Big Lummy says, that's the thing with some communities, not just the shoot 'em up and pinball communities. Some people have a very concrete and defined boundary for a genre, and if your game goes outside of that bound, yet you call it a member of that genre, they're gonna think it's a slight. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And yeah, I feel like and you're right that it's not just shoot 'em up and pinball, but I feel like both shoot 'em up and pinball people are very sensitive to that, right? Because a lot of like hardcore like IRL pinball players, they hate video pinball. You know, in fact, they don't even like the pinball simulators where they're trying to emulate actual machines, right? They would rather you just go and collect actual pinball machines. I mean, they're only like $5,000-$6,000, right? So why not just buy one of those, put it in your garage, and then when you get bored of that one, just buy another one. They're only like $5,000-$6,000, unless it's vintage. Then it's only like $12,000 or something, right? And that's not including the repairs. Pokey catch if you want to catch a Bruxish. But yeah, I love pinball, but I'm not gonna go and buy a pin. Maybe if I was rich. Come on, just $10,000 and requires a house. I mean, it doesn't require a house. You could keep it at a local barcade. They'd be happy to hold on to it for you. But if it gets stolen during a break-in or something like that, you don't have insurance, and they might have insurance, but yeah, it might not cover that. So I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, it's an expensive hobby to own actual arcade gear. There's no doubt about that. So I think this level's done. We'll save it, export it. Oh, did I save over the thing? I did. We'll make another save. Like, it's not a huge deal that I saved over the original because we have backups like galore. So I could always, if I really wanted the placeholder art again for whatever reason, promotional or whatever, I could always get it. You know, it's not like it's gone forever. But I try not to do that because it's just nice to have that kind of stuff, and they're images, so they're pretty small. They don't take a lot of space. But yeah, we'll export it in the same folder. We will grab it from the Pyrotoad folder. We've got this here. Actually, if we grab this one, that will make my life a little bit easier, because then we can just drag, or we can paste it into here. So we got the ad break, so we'll take a little ad break for those who aren't subbed, and we'll be back shortly after these messages from our sponsor or something. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Hey, Indiana Crones is here. How was work? Did you stuff some more shrimp? If anyone hasn't checked out Indiana Crones' stream, there's a link for it. You should definitely check him out. You stuffed more. How many thousand shrimp would you say you stuffed? Also, how does one stuff a shrimp? Do you have like a shrimp stuffer? Like some type of syringe filled with shrimp stuffing and you just stuff it in there? Yeah, my 2 hands. Damn. Your poor fishy hands. Well, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Sorry that you had such a rough day at work. Glad it's over. Infinite Metal's here. Welcome in, Infinite Metal. If you haven't checked out Infinite Metal's stream, go check him out. He does retro stuff and he's got Skelly, who's hilarious. Very awesome stream. Welcome in, Infinite. And Saga Frontier 2. I was lurking for your stream, but I didn't actually get to listen because I was streaming myself. Indiana Crone says, I'm Gucci. Gucci's like better than good, right? That's when you have like logos and stuff. I don't even know. So we've got this level art done, and we go to this thing here. We replace the other one, but it's got the weird color. So we'll hit this palette button, and then we'll hit automatic color, and now the colors should be fine. So we'll take a look and make sure, and everything looks normal. So that's good. We'll turn that off. Let's fix some things here. We've got these arrows. I think these are supposed to be light bulbs. Yep, we'll go with the light bulb. And we've got another arrow here. Same thing. Another light bulb. Same thing, another light bulb. This one here. Another light bulb. We've got a balloon. The balloon is fine. A happy balloon. Let's make sure these are animated. They are not, so we'll make them animation speed 4. Animation speed 4. Animation speed 4. Animation speed 4. Alright, so now this level is ready to go. There's no animated tiles. Because we decided not to animate the water. But there's enough variety that I don't think it needs it. Infinite Mel said thanks for the shout. Thanks for being here. I very much appreciate you dropping in. Like I said, I was lurking in your stream, but I wasn't able to really pay much attention because I was in the middle of my own stream. But we got a whole lot done yesterday. We sure did. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, we actually made some new music. I don't know if you like music, but it's not metal. Let's give that another listen. See if it's gotten any worse. Music? What's that? You don't know what music is? This is music. Everything else you've heard isn't real. This is real music. Nice, using the GB sound chip too. Yeah, so this is GB Studio, and it has music making software within it. It uses a tracker that's open source, and it's perfect because you can use one piece of software to make the game design and the music. It doesn't have an art editor, but that's probably for the best because Aseprite is such a fantastic art editor, and it's only like, I think it goes on sale for like 15 bucks, so it's definitely worth it just to pay for Aseprite if you're a professional pixel artist or even an amateur, because it's just like so perfect for animating, and there's not a whole lot of good graphics suites out there for animation. Let's face it. And Aseprite specializes in pixel art. But yeah, it's actually a tracker. So I don't know if you're familiar with trackers. This one's super nice because it has a piano roll and a tracker view. And I'm definitely more familiar with a piano roll. Always in favor of open source tools. Yeah, no, I love open source. I feel like there should be more like education in what open source is, because a lot of people think like, oh, it's open source, I could just do whatever I want with it. But there's different types of licenses within open source, and yeah. So luckily, this software is cool, where you can take it apart, do what you want with it, and then use it to build stuff that you can use commercially. There is some open source stuff that doesn't allow for commercial use, and I think that's important to recognize that, because a lot of times people think, oh, it's open source, I can just use it, change it, and sell it, and sometimes that's true, and sometimes that's not true. Because, like, yeah, if you were to change GB Studio and then try to sell it, I think you might run into some legal issues there. But if you give away the version that you make, that's fine. Or if you use it to make ROMs that you sell, that's fine also. Or you could like keep it to yourself and not show anyone, and that's fine also too. But I'm happy with the way this song turns out. Johnny is saying that it's the best one so far out of the 8 that we have, I think, unless this one's blank. Nope, that's one too. So yeah, the ones that are song are the ones I made, and the ones that are song template are the ones that Johnny made. This was like the theme song that I was working on. Not sure what we'll use it for in the end, but when I was writing it, I was thinking it would be like the title screen. Depends on the license, but yeah, it's pretty rare that I've heard of anyone being able to turn around and simply sell OS software like that. Yeah, exactly. But a lot of times you'll have, like for a game dev, you'll have open source game assets, and that's where like the line needs to be drawn, because a lot of times people will be like, oh, it's open source, I'll just use it and throw it in my game. Where like open source code isn't necessarily something you can just throw in your game engine and then like recompile it and sell. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Plenty of commercial applications will include an OS library or maybe use something as a background component, but that's about it. Yeah. It's just one of those things that I think developers should pay attention to, and I'm not sure everyone does. Open source, I feel like it gets thrown around as like a blanket term for like freely usable in any way that you want, and that's just not the case. But I do appreciate open source stuff. I think that it's fantastic that it exists. For assets, you probably want to look for Creative Commons stuff rather than open source. But there too depends on the license. A lot require you to allow anyone to use derivative works made with it to have the same license. Exactly, yeah. I look for Creative Commons 0 usually if I'm going to use assets. And usually the only time I ever use Creative Commons 0 assets is for audio, like for sound effects. Every once in a while, for a project or something, I'll find models that are Creative Commons 0. But yeah, if it requires attribution, usually I don't even deal with it, because I don't want to have to like write down who made this tiny little asset and put that in the credits, even though it was like this minuscule part of what I'm working on, you know what I mean? It's just easier for me to make it at that point. If it's that tiny of a thing and they require attribution, it's just like, well, just make it yourself, like, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I've also come across Creative Commons stuff where they're like, you can use it for like freely accessible stuff, things that you can't put a price tag on, or things that are education in nature, or like like for like news type stuff. I forget the word, expository or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, we're just listening to some music now. Yeah, I use a good bit of Creative Commons stuff for random things on the stream. I give attributions though, and Creative Commons 0 helps not to worry about other implications. Yeah, it's cool to attribute where you can for sure. Poke catch, we got a Clefable in chat. But yeah, I think the people who contribute to Creative Commons, like, you know, they deserve it. So like, when you can, you might as well. But also like, if it's like something that you're making and it takes away from what you're making, like, might as well just do it yourself at that point, right? So those are the songs that I made, and then these are the ones that Johnny made. This was for the tutorial. So it's a short loop. There's a lot going on in this. I think this would be good for like a cutscene. Again, I think these would be good for a cutscene. Could also be a kind of dark, mysterious later dungeon stage, for sure. So there is one thing, and I mentioned this to Johnny, and let's see if we go to the so yeah, there's this wave channel this is the same channel that the sound effects use on the Game Boy. So anytime a sound effect will occur, like, then we won't hear these sounds. Oh wait, no, I've got it backwards. So the bass line would cut out if you like jump at the same time, or if you jump at all, then the bass line will cut out and play the sound effect, and then it won't play again until it goes to the next one. So that's something to think about. But if we do it during a cutscene, then we don't have to worry about that. Are there going to be a bunch of cutscenes in this? I'm thinking it would be cool to do a cutscene for each new level type. So let's play the next track first, and then I'll show you the different levels here. So yeah, that's all the music that we've got so far. We go back to the game world. I'm gonna throw on the old music. So yeah, if we go all the way to the top, we've got castle levels first. So you start on the outside of the castle, and then you have to go into the castle. Now you're inside the castle, and we can actually turn off the or let's go to this, yeah, so that way you can see the art a little bit better. So it's got like some chains and stuff. So for each biome, it would be cool to have a different cutscene, right? And then here it switches the biome to like a chemical plant type thing. And then another chemical plant type thing, more pipes and stuff. And then different pipes. Got some green goo. And then this one would need a new cutscene, and we'd have like Egypt style, like sand temple type thing. We got some animated sand. You're like in a cave type temple, like underground temple type thing. It's got like this limestone stuff, and then this like ruins type stuff. And it's dark and scary. Got some spikes. Yeah. This is the one that I was trying to animate the spikes so they go up and down, but I ended up getting rid of that because I couldn't get the palettes to work. We were getting this weird white blank spot instead of a black one. I couldn't figure out how to fix it. Yeah, more sand here. And then we go into a foundry level, so yeah, another cutscene entering the foundry type thing, which is where we introduce the liquid. But yeah, there's like more molten lava type stuff. Lots of fire. Smokestacks with fire coming out of them kind of thing. And then now we're in the haunted forest, so yeah, another cutscene there. And you got the spooky forest going on here with the monkey skull. And yeah, more forest. And then you got a cave theme going here. After the cave levels, you've got hell. you've got a hellscape level. Oh, scary caves. With another skull in the background there. And then from hell, you go into the clouds. From hell to heaven, but heaven's harder than hell. And then this is the one we just made today. And then this is the next one. This will be another cloud one. And then we're going to the yokai levels, which are going to be more like Japanese themed. Gonna work some dragons into the art. I'm sure Skelly will approve. And nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if you'll ever be able to reach these levels because they're very difficult. But this was the end of it. Yeah, so 35 level, or level 35? Is there 35 levels? Yeah, 35 levels then, total. And that's a lot of levels. They are tough too. They're not easy levels, so there is a lot of game to this game. But yeah, what's cool about this engine is if you turn off the build log, wait, there's a way to see how much data you're using, right? Where'd that go? Oh, I think you have to build it to do it. So yeah, we'll actually build it because we're gonna test that level anyways. But after you do a build, it tells you how much data is being used on the ROM, and there's a maximum of 4 megabytes. And of course, the amount of megabytes that you have on your cartridge will affect how much it costs to produce. Not by like a huge margin, but enough to, like, you know, to consider. And then also if you do like a save state kind of thing where it saves the game, that's another expense for the cartridge. And we actually do a password system to prevent that, which is kind of cool. Since it's all level based stuff. Oh, did I just unplug my monitor? Anyways, it's working. Saving, who does that? Says the guy who has a save redeem. Hey, wait, that's weird. Hey, Cosmo the Shadow Cat, thanks for checking in. Welcome in, Cosmo. How you doing? I saw your stream there. How did that go? I was lurking. You were doing. On me. First, you started with Octopath Traveler, and then you moved to what was it? Sword Art Online, something like that. How come you didn't get a shout out? Where's your shout out? Is it because you didn't say anything yet? There it is. There's your shout out. Octopath is getting boring, but I need to be persistent. If anyone hasn't checked out Cosmo the Shadow Cat, go check them out. They've got an awesome stream. Last playing Sword Art Online, Fractured Daydream. So you're saying Octopath is getting boring? Why is that? It's supposed to be such a good game. Is it just because it's a long and intense journey, or is there some particular thing that's causing it to be more boring than it should be, or is it normal that it's boring? But yeah, I think this cloud requires a collider. We'll just put that there. It's because I know how to be too good at turn-based gaming. Oh, you're too good. You've got the too good thing. What is that? Curse. The curse of being too good at games. Where no game is hard enough for you. Well, you should try Pyrotoad, because I'm telling you, this game is not easy. And I don't think you'll be too good at it. I need to get the password. What is the password? So I think it's tree. The password is tree, like a tree frog. The T R E E. Password okay. Here we are. We're at the hard water level. I'm interested to know what happens if you jump 255 times. Do you run out of jumps? I want to find out. I want to run out of jumps. It's got to be getting close, right? Are we running out of jumps? The curse at turn-based games. Oh, I got you. Well, some people have told me that, why does the water level have to be hard? I don't know. I think that's just something about games. But the first level with liquid isn't that hard. Also, I don't think I'm running out of jumps. Looks at the water temple in Ocarina of Time. Or what about the dam in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first one? That one's notorious for being tough. Although honestly, it's not that tough. It's just that end section has and that level has like terrible colliders. It's actually bugged. There's a YouTube video on I'm not running out of jumps. There's a YouTube video on how the colliders are actually bugged, because there's like an anchor point that they used instead of using pixels, and it fucked it up. Or any water level in Mario, especially the -1 level, right? Is that what that's called? The one that you can't beat. There's no exit to the level. You just run out of time. Oh, I forgot how to jump. I was hitting the wrong button. But we gotta add. I'm gonna actually snooze the ad because I wanna play this level. And yeah, so we're going to jump, hit the thing, jump over here, hit the other thing, and now we gotta swim over here. We got the thing, jump over here. Oh, I hit the spikes. This is the tough one. There's a wild Rotom in chat. Rotom in chat. Pokey catch for that. Cosmo says, Kixie, I fully agree. Indiana Crone says, snooze. Alright, we'll have a good snooze, buddy. Thanks for dropping in. You deserve a well-deserved sleep. You have a good sleep, a good snooze. I have a friend in a band called Snooze. If you catch it, it will take over your appliances. What's that, the Rototom? Oh, I'm not yet. A forewarning. Or catch the curse. What's gonna take over my appliances? The Rototom? Is it like a Decepticon? But you're not going to sleep yet? That's cool. That's cool. Oh, the Rotom can't. I don't know anything about Rotom. Oh, I keep hitting the spikes there. What am I doing? Oh wait, I'm doing this wrong, right? Because the water puts out your fire. So you don't want that yet. You want to hit this thing. Oh, you guys shoot through the wall. That's what you gotta do. We watched the video earlier. I should be better at this. Can give you info in the DMs, as it's very interesting. Well, if it's too big for chat here, then that's totally cool. But I don't mind if you throw it in chat here. I realize that there's a limit to how many characters you can send at once, but it's not gonna upset me if you spam chat with information on something that's interesting. Oh, I jumped. What the fuck is wrong with me? But I should warn you that I know nothing about it. So I'm a Pokemon layman. I really know nothing about that stuff. Woo! I also don't know much about Rototoms either. Oh fuck! I definitely didn't mean to jump that last time, but my finger did anyways. Oh. So yeah, confirmed water levels are hard. Although the only water level in Retro Spaceball is not hard, but honestly it's not really a level, it's more of a tech demo. And that's why it's not actually in the game. Oh, it's not actually in the game. You have to go to the beta menu to get to it. Shoot the thing, jump in the water, swim across. I did it, I got to the other side. I gotta swim across again. Alright, what's down here? Oh, didn't kill me. I can give info. Oh yeah, I read that. Womp, call me Kixie is catching. Oh, Kixie caught the Rotom. Nice work, Kixie. So Rotom can potentially haunt appliances like a fridge, fan. You mean like a fan? Or even a washer. Wow. So is it a ghost Pokemon? But only an appliance ghost Pokemon? I feel like that's a Decepticon, right? Isn't that how Transformers work? I don't know. I don't know much about Transformers either. Except that they explode. Alright, so we go down here. Yep, a ghost electric. Oh, Cryptic's in chat. Welcome in, Cryptic. If you haven't checked out Cryptic's stream, go do that. He's been doing a lot of art, which is awesome. I think art streams are the bomb. But he's also been playing a lot of Schedule 1, which a lot of people have been playing, and it looks like it's doing pretty well as a game. Seems like a fun game. I recently heard that there was some blowback about one of the achievements because they called it the Indian Giver achievement, and that's kind of racist. So I get why people are upset with it, to be honest. Like, I think we should probably not use that term because it's kind of bullshit, but also it's like not the worst thing in the world either. So I'm not like really upset about it. But when I moved to Phoenix, they call everything Indian there, like Indian School Road, and like, yeah, there's like, but in Illinois it's all Native American. Like, they use Native American terms. Like whoa, I made it, I lived. Did you see that? That was awesome. And I managed to be on fire in the water somehow, but now I can't shoot. Uh-oh, that's a bug. I can't shoot. We'll try it again. Oh, of course I died that time. Indiana Crone says, I'm playing that right now. Cool. Cryptic says, I'm addicted to it. Addicted to a drug dealing game? Really? Okay, but is the actual Native Americans offended, or is it people offended for them? I think it's people offended for them. But the thing is that it's kind of like perpetuating something that is kind of bullshit, right? And I get that they're just trying to be funny, but also it's like literally just an achievement, so it would like make no difference to the gameplay. They could come up with another joke. But I get it. Like, there's people that are like, oh, we don't want the game to change because we don't want people to think they can just complain and change stuff. And it's like, whatever, make the game accessible for as many people as possible. That's the way I see it. Why be weird like that? But yeah, I get it if the dev was just trying to be funny. But at the same time, it's like, if people are upset about it, then maybe make a change so people aren't upset. But that's just me as a dev. And also, I think it's kind of crude to use the term Indian, considering India is a country, and it not only does it like marginalize Native Americans and Indians, but it also makes like the white people who were what do you call them, pilgrims and shit, the people who emigrated here in the first place, it makes them look stupid as fuck because they didn't know that this wasn't India. Like, literally, that's why they started calling them Indians. But yeah, it would be a lot more racist if they used the term Indian, right? Because that's what they actually used to call them. And that is definitely a more racist term. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's stupid, but also I think that yeah. Well, there's hateful stereotypes, then there's funny ones. I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think that stereotypes are just kind of stupid, right? I don't know. I get that they can be funny, but they're also like illogical, and like they kind of perpetuate people like to think that it's okay to be illogical, like, and I don't know. As someone who was a white person with dreadlocks for a long time, I got a lot of shit for that. Not from the black community at all. Black people loved them. Every black person that I spoke to about it said that they thought they were fantastic and that they looked great, and they thought for sure that a black person did them for me. I was like, no, I did them myself. It's like, how do you even do that as a white person? Like, and I get that, like, you know. And then there were some people, mostly white people, who told me that it was cultural appropriation. And it's like, how is that cultural appropriation? Well, you're not black. It's like, what does that have to do with dreadlocks? Well, that's black person hair. It's like, is it really though? Because if you look at the history of dreadlocks, white people actually had dreadlocks before black people did, which is, you know, and I don't know how accurate that is because we don't really know. We don't really know who had them first. But what we do know is that every single culture in like all of ancient history had dreadlocks at one point, because it was basically what happened if you didn't take care of your hair, which was a style. Especially, you know, the Vikings had dreadlocks, right? You had the Greeks had dreadlocks, the Etruscans had dreadlocks, Rome had dreadlocks. Like, I mean, just because we don't see it in film doesn't mean it didn't happen. But yeah, I don't know. I get why people get upset about cultural appropriation in places where it's upsetting, but in other places like hair, it seems kind of dumb. We all have hair. We're not like, I mean, what about perms? Are perms cultural appropriation? Like, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. But I do think that it perpetuates like not smart thinking. I don't know a better way to put it. It perpetuates stupidity to use the term Indian to describe Native Americans, because India is a completely different country. Oh, that's such a hard jump. But yeah, the whole Indian giver thing, like, apparently that is like a misunderstanding to begin with. Huh, for some reason it won't let me shoot. Do we have a bug? Won't let me shoot. I think there's a bug there. Let me see if I can't fix it, because I think I know the problem. I think this is too tall. So, and then it needs to be shorter. I think it needs to be like that. I think that it wasn't like that, and then I changed it, and it's probably like that because of something I did. So yeah, we'll throw back on the music while that boots again. Let's see here. Culture appropriation is so misused. I grew up being called Indian, so I guess I'm just used to it. Interesting. Are you from India? I did not realize that. Or are you Native American and people call you an Indian? Because that's also really weird. I never felt it was an attack. It just what I was. So you're Native American? Because I'm part Native American, but just a tiny bit, and no one would ever assume it. And it's not something that I go around telling people, oh, I'm Native American, because I'm a freaking mutt. I'm American. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I have one friend who's like, I'm French. I'm like, what do you mean you're French? You're not from France. He's like, no, I'm French. It's like, you're not French. You're American. No, but in my blood there's French. Like, well, that's cool. that doesn't make you French. That just means you have some French heritage. You know what I mean? I don't have a ton of native in me, but enough to get tan easily and black hair. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I have dark red hair, so it's not black, and I do tan easily, but I think that's more the Bulgarian in me and the Macedonian in me than the Native American. But I get a lot more tan than my brother. But also my grandpa was always like kind of tan skinned, even without sun. But yeah, I definitely have a darker toned skin than like most Polish people. I'm mostly Polish and mostly Bulgarian, and most Polish and Bulgarian people don't have darker skin like me. But I'm also a lot Macedonian. It's noticeable when I'm tan. Right on. Kixie says, American mutt. You gotta say it like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, what is the word? Like it's almost like an accent, but not an accent. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a like a cultural difference, right? If you go to the south, they say soda, and if you go north, they say pop, right? It's kind of like that. It's like not syntax. I don't know what the fuck word I'm looking for. It's just a variation in the way people speak. But with Native American and Indian, it's like I said, it's kind of perpetuating stupidity, because it was stupid that we thought that Native Americans were Indian. It was out of ignorance that we started calling them that anyways. But also, if someone were to call you an Injun, like Injun Joe in Tom Sawyer, that would be pretty freaking racist, right? I think that's, you know, there's definitely like levels of that, but yeah, I think it kind of perpetuates idiocy, because Indians are from India. And it's confusing also if you're trying to describe someone's ethnicity and you say they're an Indian, you just assume that they're from India, when that's not actually the case sometimes. I don't know. Like I said, in Arizona, everything was Indian this, Indian that, and in Illinois, people respect Native Americans, and I think it's because Native American culture is a lot more accepted in Illinois. I honestly, when I moved to Arizona, I had no idea that there were people that were racist against Native Americans. But it's huge. There's a lot of racism towards Native Americans out there. It's insane how much racism there is towards Native Americans. Even the cops are racist towards Native Americans in Arizona. I was so surprised by this. But as I started to learn about the culture, it made more sense, because they had always been mean to them. And I say mean, that's taking it lightly. They were killing them. They were abusing them. They were torturing their children. It was bad. It was really, really bad in Arizona. Racism in nature is irrational. Yeah, I agree. Usually it spawns from fear, right? And I think that was the case with Native Americans, because some tribes were more warlike and other tribes were more chill. I'm part Sioux, and Sioux is like extremely warlike. They were like scalping people and stuff for sure. They have like the sun dance, right? Which is where they like attach a hook through your leg and have you dance around a pole until you either pass out. Oh, we gotta break. So we'll take a little break here, and we'll be right back after the break. Alright, we're back from the break. Sorry it took a little bit longer. I realized after the break that I didn't have any water. And I was like, wait a second, I'm gonna need water before the next break. And then Cryptic wrote, my family was Blackfoot. I don't know much about Blackfoot, to be honest. Honestly, I don't really know that much about Native American culture. I do like it. I do enjoy learning about it. I learned a little bit through Boy Scouts, but it wasn't so much like tribal-based stuff. It was just generalized stuff. And I've been to a few, or at least a couple different ruins, like Native American ruins. I think that shit's really cool. But yeah, I don't know much about the varieties. I know, but yeah, what was I saying? The Sioux tribe did the sun dance, where they would trip out on hallucinogens and put a hook through their leg and tie it to a pole, and they would dance until either the hook would cut through their leg, like immobilizing them, or till they would like either die or have or pass out from pain exhaustion. My wife would play Native American music to put our baby to sleep. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about Native American music, but I think it's really interesting. Wow, is that supposed to be there? Look at that. Is that like to help you get out or something? It looks like an accident. I'm gonna get rid of it. Because I don't think that's supposed to be there. How do you erase? That way. Yeah. So we've got this other build here. Let's try it out. I think it was tree was the password. We'll get rid of that double music going there. Do tree. But yeah, there was a Tool song that they had I think Cherokee Indian sing on one of the songs. But no, not Cherokee. It's in the title of the song. I can't remember what it is now. But it was interesting to hear that type of singing, and then Maynard singing with them. It was definitely cool. Apache, that's what it was. Very interesting music. But yeah, in Cub Scouts we went to like a Native American museum, and that was really cool because there was like a Native American like enthusiast who was Native American, like a lot Native American, and like talked about at least their tribal experiences and stuff like that, and that was cool. But yeah, when I was in Phoenix, whenever someone talked about, the res, it was always in like a derogatory manner. And it was weird, like anytime I'd go to Walmart, with my dreadlocks, I'd always get followed around, and they'd always like double check my receipt as I'm walking out, and they were always just assuming that I was there to steal stuff, except for when I went to the Walmart on the reservation. That was the only place that I didn't get followed around, and it was because they were spending all of their time following around the Native Americans. It was sad. But everyone would go to the reservations to buy cigarettes because they're cheaper there, because the taxes are different because of some legislation or something. I don't really know. No, I knew I was gonna land on it. That's such a hard jump. Because you have to like kind of know your fall velocity. How will I test it if I can't get to it? Ah, I jumped into the spikes again. Oh man, I got carried away. Because the US isn't supposed to tax them at all, yeah. I know there's still a lot of contention over what level of sovereignty they have. So the part that pisses me off is that they gave them a deal, and it was a bum deal. They're like, oh yeah, well, you just give us your fertile land, and we'll give you new land that'll be just as good. You can trust us. And then they move them to the shittiest spots that we can't do anything with. And that's, I mean, there's beautiful landscapes, some of them, but not exactly fertile soil, and you know, like geothermal stuff, and like just weird rock formations, and I mean, cool looking stuff, definitely awesome nature stuff. But nothing, you can't do anything with a lot of that land. Well, then they took away Oklahoma, kind of. There's been weird stuff about that the last decade or so. Yeah, I live in Oklahoma. There's definitely a lot of Native American people here. And, like, there's a lot of Native American symbolism, like, just in general here, which is kind of cool. But I don't know the ins and outs of how it worked when they were removed from the area. But I mean, they were removed from everywhere. It was like anywhere that they were like happy and found a home in, they were like, nope, we're gonna take this land. You can have this reservation land though. And then you end up with a lot of Native Americans that fell into addiction because they were depressed. Colonization was a horrible thing. Yeah, I know. I mean, all over the world it was horrible. But the way we treated the Native Americans was just fucking terrible. And especially in Arizona and other states like that, where they had what they called in Arizona Indian school, where they were going to, you know, train your children how to be good Christians, and I don't even know what the word is, but they would torture them to death. They killed them. They murdered hundreds of Native Americans. They tortured them. They raped children. I mean, it was really bad. It was really, really bad what they did. Like, and they just kind of covered it up as like, oh well, this is what we're doing, and it was like nearly nationwide. I'm not saying every state did it the same way, but every state was trying to condition Native Americans to make them, you know, less primitive, or, you know, more American or whatever. So you know all about it. No, I don't know all about it. The main thing I think of that was we signed something to resolve all the prior disputes by saying Oklahoma would never be part of the U.S., and then it was made a state. Ah, I see what you're saying. The way we still treat them, I mean, it's better than it was, but in certain states it's pretty bad. It's like Arizona. I was appalled by how terrible people treated them. Hey, it worked. I fixed that bug, so that's good. Oop. Ah! I got squished by it. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. Not get squished by it. Yeah, I wonder if that one little tile is supposed to be there or not now. I feel like we'll have to test it again to see. Maybe that's the case, because it is kind of hard to get up there the other way. Hey, I got over it. Go, go, go. Oh man, I can see where this is going. Oh man. I don't like this. That's rough. There's a bronzor in chat. Pokey catch. What is that Z thing? I'm not sure what you mean, the Z thing. Like the enemy? The thing that killed me? It's supposed to be like a lightning bolt. Oh, I jumped into the spike again. Is this the Z thing you're talking about? This little zoomy at the bottom of the screen there? It's supposed to be like a generic enemy that we could reuse in different parts of the level. So at first it was like a circle, but then I made it into this like little lightning bolt thing. Yes, yeah, it's supposed to be a lightning bolt. But there's also a better looking lightning bolt in different levels. A snake? No, it's not a snake, it's a lightning bolt. Oh, and I jumped right into it. I'm so bad at that. Oh, lightning. But, you know, it might get changed. It's one of those things. But it needs to work in multiple directions. And work in any type of biome, because it's a very generic enemy, and it's got to be that size, which is kind of hard to work with. Then go, I made it. I lived. I'm not sure why that one-way wall is there, to be honest. Oh. Oh, back in the water. Different color snakes fit the theme. Except that it would be really hard to draw a snake in that amount of size, right? Because that would make a really short snake, and there's not even room for any more detail. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I just don't think I would be able to do it because there's just not enough room for detail. I did it. I made it over the thing. Alright, now this is where things get a little bit weird. So if I jump... Ah! Yeah, that's a tough one. Oh, I did it again. Oy. Ah, I did it again. So I think maybe that block is there for a reason. Because if you don't hit that block, then it's really hard, or it seemed impossible to get up there. So maybe I'll put that back. This is the part I don't like. So if we wait for it to go and then fall in the middle and then I got further that time. We're getting someplace. Oh, didn't jump. Gotta jump. I did it! I got past the thing! Holy cow. This is where I would use a save state if I was on a different engine. Or a different emulator, sorry. I don't like this. Go, go! I did it! I got the thing! Alright, now we gotta jump off the balloon. Ah! I didn't! I didn't swim! I don't have the key! I don't have the key! Let me in anyways! I think that's what those spikes are there for, is so you can kill yourself when you don't have the key. I got really close to beating the level though. Did you guys see that? That was crazy. Aye. I'm gonna beat this level. Pew. Oh, I jumped into the stupid spike. The stupid spike. No. I got that part figured out. Oh, that was close. Oh, jeez. That was close. Oh, my timing was way off. But yeah, another game that I'm going to be testing soon is, man, what the hell is it called? I should know this. That boardwalk game. I need to look it up, because I've forgotten. I felt like I knew it, and then I didn't. Let's see... Boardwalk Builders, that's what it's called. My friend Joel Potter, who's Studio Primitive, is working on a new game called Boardwalk Builders. And it's a management type building game. Actually, it's a game I think Kixie might be interested in. Once it's once it's up and I think there's already a Steam page. It might be something to talk about on Kixie's stream, because it's definitely a cool dev. Ooh, I like those types of games. Yeah, you should check it out. Actually, hell, let's just pull it up right now. I bet there's a Steam page for it. Boardwalk Builders game. Oh. Yeah, let's throw on the music for that. Party. I'm gonna restart it. Yeah, Boardwalk Builders, everyone. This dev's been on my podcast twice. But yeah, he said he's gonna give me a code to test it soon. Ooh, a tycoon game. Tycoon style game. A little bit. I played those for hours. I actually never played the tycoon games, but I did play Theme Park a lot. I still play Theme Park, actually. But yeah, I'll throw on my background music while we talk about this game. Design and expand your boardwalk by building rides, shops, and restaurants to draw in crowds. Manage and combine your attractions to create even grander experiences. Host festivals, attract VIPs, and stay ahead of shifting demand influenced by local events and rival businesses. So that sounds really cool. I'm actually gonna put that on my wish list. I'm surprised I haven't. Oh, Kixie's already got it on our wish list. So maybe we already talked about it on Kixie's stream. That's interesting. Says it's similar to City Skylines and Prison Architect, which is cool. Those are both really big games. The gifts are cool. Create the ultimate beachfront destination, a game all about building a beautiful boardwalk. Starts with small stands and grows into sprawling seaside paradise full of rides, high-end shops, and fancy restaurants. What game? We're talking about Boardwalk Builders. I see that you've wishlisted it, and you have a cute frame on your on your thing. I actually had a TV that was like that, except it wasn't pink; it was purple, and I found it at a thrift shop. And it was very tiny, but it was awesome because I could put it on my my end table next to my bed. But yeah, anyways, Boardwalk Builders by Studio Primitive, who did Attack of the Karens and Big Top Tactics. They've been on my podcast twice. Build your boardwalk piece by piece, dozens of shops to choose from, build rides, restaurants, and stores selling everything from sunglasses to vintage video games to sea glass art. Manage your shops to optimize your boardwalk's income, influence the revenue and popularity of each shop by customizing its product or service, promote shops to bring in more visitors, adjust the amount of staff on each shop. So there are quite a bit of management stuff in this game, so that looks really cool. Combine shops and rides to create new ones. As your shop grows in level from customer visits, combine them to create bigger, better shops. Earn fame points. Earn fame points the customers visit. I think there's a typo there. Earn fame points earn fame points the more customers visit. No, I just can't read. And unlock new combinations. Other features respond to demand-changing events such as bad weather or neighboring competition. Participate in festivals to boost income and draw in big crowds. Do well enough and you might even attract VIPs to give your boardwalk a huge boost and unlock top-tier attractions. So it looks super cool, and yeah, I'm gonna be testing this one soon, so I'm really excited for that. I'll see if he'll let me test it on stream or not, but I'll be testing it either way. and it'd be cool to see if he wants me to put it on stream. I mean, he knows that I'm not like a big streamer or nothing like that, but you never know. Sometimes people are like, no, it needs to be secret. There's bugs we don't want people to see, and I understand that for sure. There's a Pokemon chat, a wild Glameow. A wild Glameow. If anyone wants to try to catch that with a Pokecatch before the time runs out, Pokecatch. And then there's another game right along these lines. My Tiny Park. I see Kixie hasn't wishlisted this one yet. So there is an ad starting here in just a second, but we will shout out the developer. I don't like the music. What is it? RSVP_ASAP. Yeah, so you can follow RSVP ASAP on Twitch, and you can let them know that you don't like the music of their trailer, because they actually just made the trailer and just made the Steam page. Actually, I prompted them to do so, but they're making their game on stream. She's a Goblin VTuber, super cool person, and she raids me, so she's really cool. She's very cool. I definitely recommend her. You should go follow her, and yeah, they play games, and okay, I'll go fight them. Yeah, they're really fun. But we've got an ad, so we're gonna take a break.
Leave me alone! There you go.
Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
What?
Thanks Wallace and Cryptic for the Star Fox redeems. Those are always a whole bunch of fun. I don't know if what I like more, the SNES ones or the Nintendo 64 ones. They both have like a part of me in them. I like them both a lot. There you go. Steins Gate was actually pretty good. Like, I didn't sit through the second one.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
I watched the first episode of the second one and I was like, yeah, no, this has lost its luster clearly. And the first season of Steins Gate was really good. So I don't remember the character's name, but she gets a spot on the stream because she was a cool character. Yeah, so I didn't read about this game. We got Welcome to Squaresville. Help Mayor Dotsworth bring nature and excitement to the town in my tiny park. Ensure biodiversity, balance the books, and create amazing green spaces. Build over 100 different objects to make your park stand out, including playground equipment, food and drink stalls, statues and monuments, and more. Customize your attractions with custom paint colors and designs. Plant trees, flowers, and more. Attract animals to your park by creating and maintaining habitats including mice, foxes, raccoons, birds, and more. Hire staff, research new items and attractions, manage finances and utilities, hold community events. Yeah, so I definitely recommend this game. I haven't played it or anything yet. It just got its Steam page, but I've been following the development for a few months now, and I've become pretty close with RSVP ASAP. She's very cool, really good. I binged it. Oh, Steins Gate, yeah, I kind of binged it too. It was definitely a bingeable experience. But yeah, everyone should follow RSVP ASAP if they haven't yet, and I definitely recommend her stream. She's making this game all by herself. I'm not sure if she makes music for it, but she's making all the art and coding it in Game Maker Studio all on stream, and she does it quite a bit. She does contract work also, and she's done some like industry studio work as well, like on the side. So she's kind of in a similar boat as me, where she does contracts and then also does her own stuff. And then she actually, I think she has a part-time job also. But yeah, very cool person. Definitely check her out. And she's a cute goblin, so there's that. Not that I'm like into goblins or anything like that, but I think it's fun. I didn't know that there was like a subsect of Twitch that was like goblin streamers, but there's goblin streamers. So we should put this one back, I think, because we were all like, oh, I don't think that's supposed to be there. I think it's supposed to be there now. But also we should probably put one there too, if that's the case, because if you jump on this side, then it doesn't work. If you jump on that side, then it does work. But yeah, so we'll save this, and let's continue trying to beat it, because I was really close. And also I'm at the spot that's hard. Okay, so as soon as the lightning bolt is on screen, I'm gonna jump in there just like that, and then go that way. Oh, I went too far that way. Yeah, starting over. We'll get it eventually. But yeah, My Tiny Park and Boardwalk Builders, I'm looking forward to both of those. I think Boardwalk Builders is quite a bit closer to release, considering they're already getting beta testers, and they've already got a build up on Steam. It's just you need a code to play it. So if you're interested, you can try to find the dev on social media and reach out to them, and I'm sure they'd be happy to bring you into their Discord and see if you want to test it. This game's got me so raged already. F-bombs are just sliding out of me for no reason. Okay, here we go. Now go, jump. over the thing, under the thing, over the thing, under the thing, over the thing, under the thing, over the thing. Alright, we're back at this awesome spot. I wish I could, but I've got too many projects at the moment. Right on. The way I look at testing is that it's just like playing games, but taking notes while you do it, which is something that I do when I play games anyways. It's just, oh, I fell in. I hit the button early and I didn't mean to. It's like I was playing Helldivers earlier, and I haven't actually played that in like a week or so, but I picked it up, and first thing right out the box, fucking bugs. More bugs, you know? And then like at least 3 different bugs in one playthrough. And this is a AAA game we're talking about. And there's no one I can complain to, right? Because they update the game all the time, and that creates more bugs, and they fix some of them, and they break more of them, and no one's gonna listen to me if I were to complain. And there's probably already other people complaining, and there's not much they can do about it because it's a live service game, so they're just gonna keep breaking it while they try to fix it. And that's the way game dev goes sometimes. But when you've got a small indie game, you can just reach out to the developer and say, hey, I'd like to test your game. And they say, yeah, and then you can give them feedback, and it actually goes into the game. So it's a much better experience. Like, Helldivers is fun, but it's so buggy for being a AAA game. It's crazy. It's like $40, and then they don't like you don't have to spend money in the game, but they have in-app purchases. If you want to, you can spend more money on shit. And I mean, it's not all cosmetic stuff either. It's like for different guns and different stratagems and stuff. You have to unlock usually, but with super credits. But if you pay, you can. Whoa, I went right over that one. If you pay, you can like fast forward through the grind, and that's kind of bullshit. But I get why they do it. But it's a $40 game. It's fucking bullshit. All right. So go, and then go this way, and then go that way. Oh, I did it. Did you see how close that was? That was very close. All right, now we have to jump as soon as we hit the top of the... Oh, I jumped too much. There's spikes up there, bro. Spikes up there. Every step of the way. I get a little bit further, and then I die again. I should know about the spikes. I put them there. I did it. All right. I think I beat it, guys. I think I beat the level. Woo! I beat the level. How cool is that? Into the spike. Yeah, this level's even tougher. This is the one Johnny said he was raging on. Oh no. Jeez. No. Once I thought about it, I was like, that's a one-way wall. You can just go through it. Oh shit, I suck. Oh my gosh. Come on, Pyrotoad. What are you doing here? What kind of Pyrotoad are you? There's a wild Wingle in chat. Wingle. Pokey catch. The wild Wingle dingle bingle. Oh, I already went this way. No! I died as a red frog. Ah! No. I'm about to give up. Alright, I'm done. Okay. So, we could make some more music. That could be fun. Let's do that. So we'll go to this thing and that thing, and we'll make a new song. And we'll call it Song 5. Song 5, just like that. Oh, knocking over speakers and shit. All right. So we'll go to this bass drum one, and we'll I don't know, let's try something at a faster tempo, or maybe, you know what we could do, we could slow down the tempo and then double how often things happen to make it really fast, right? The Wingle escaped. Yeah. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. I got 3 VTube models to make. I need to finish indies. Right on. Well, don't burn yourself out. I have the model. I just need to rig it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been looking into the what do they call it? The I don't know what they call it. The cubism or whatever. The rigging in that software, the VTube cubism software, whatever they call it. Live 2D, is that what it's called, right? Live 2D cubism. Yeah. Live 2D cubism. Yeah, I haven't actually done it, but I've been watching tutorials on it, and it looks like something that I'd be able to do. But it also looks like just putting everything on layers and naming everything with the different parts for like a full model is like a big job. So I get why they charge so much for that shit. And also, I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that for some of the models that people want made. These days it gets pretty weird out there. So yeah. But for my own models, honestly, I think I'm gonna stick with PNG tubes for a while. PNG tubers, because I like the pixel art vibe, and it looks, you can always decline. That's true. But honestly, I feel like that's where the money at is the weird ones, right? But yeah. I was looking in how to do pixel art tuber models in Live 2D, and it's even more difficult than doing like regular ones, because you have to like snap the animations rather than blending them, and it's just a lot more to it. The money is at the really good ones, I think. Well, yeah, obviously if you're really good at it, you can charge more. That's for sure. I agree with that for sure. But I feel like the people who want really good ones have like some type of niche, and that niche is usually pretty weird. The ones that go for 1,500 is insane. The work that goes into it, like, damn. Well, it's a lot of work. That's I mean, you put like an hourly rate on that, like that's 1,500's not that much, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't mean to go into finances on stream and stuff, but if you're so what is that? If you spend like, I don't know, 50 hours on it, that's all of a sudden not that much money, right? So let's do a little calculation here. The calculator. You got 1,500 divided by 50. That's only 30 bucks an hour. If you spend 50 hours doing it, that's only 30 bucks an hour, right? Because 30 times 50, or wait, no, 30 times, yeah, 50 hours. Oh wait, no, that's not right. 30 times 50, 1,500, yeah. So I'm charging 150 because my skill doesn't exist, but it's still a lot to work on. Yeah, but if you're spending over 10 hours, you know, right? Because 150 divided by 10, I should be able to do this math in my head. 150 divided by 10 is only 15 bucks an hour. And that's assuming that it only takes you 10 hours to do it, which I'm assuming that it takes longer than 10 hours to do, especially if you're learning, right? And I get when you're learning, you don't want to charge the time for learning. You spent 23 hours so far. Yeah, I mean, if you do the math here, again, I'm not trying to call out finances and stuff like that, but 150 divided by 23 is only $6.52 an hour. You know, you make more selling lemonade at a lemonade stand. You know what I mean? But you're learning. I get it. So it takes a little bit longer, and I just don't like it when artists like undersell themselves. You know, I mean, you're an artist. You have skill. I see what you're capable of doing. You're doing a great job drawing on stream. And you know, Clip Studio Paint is not super easy to use. It costs money, and your time is valuable. So don't sell yourself short. That's all I'm saying. I hate to see. I mean, I get it that you don't want to like lose clients because of how much you charge, but the trick is to explain to clients how much you are of value. You know, at least 7 more hours for the drawing, and then maybe 10 hours of rigging. But also, this is your first time rigging, so you might be underestimating. I'm just saying, you know, you gotta realize your own value, and then you got to explain your value to your customers. And I know it's easier said than done. I've been there. But it's really important that you learn how to do it, because that's the biggest part of the job. It really is. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's learning the stuff is difficult. Being a good artist takes tons of time and practice and effort, but selling yourself is a whole nother skill, and it's almost more valuable than all the other skills combined. Because without that, it becomes a huge challenge to not only make back the effort and time that you've put into it, but to even make the time that you're spending worthwhile. Because for some reason, artists or people who hire artists, they don't all realize how valuable the skill is. They think, oh, AI could do it, or like, how hard is it really? Or you enjoy drawing, like, why should I pay you to do something that you enjoy doing? Like, there's a whole lot of reasons why people don't want to pay you, but you put them behind a desk for 8 hours and they demand that they get a living wage. Doesn't even matter if they're working. Like, it doesn't matter if they're productive. As long as they're sitting behind a desk and they're away from their family, they demand a living wage. And yet they can't afford to spend some of that money on the art that they need for whatever they need it for. Thanks for the compliment. I really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely, man. You do a great job at art, and definitely keep it up. I like being the poor man's artist, but I get what you mean. I undersell 100%. You should not undersell yourself. It's bad practice. It hurts everyone in the industry when you do it. So I definitely don't think that you should. I understand why people do it, but the longer you're in the industry, the more you understand that it's important not to do that. You have to educate your clients. That's the most important part. it's difficult to do. It's like a job in itself, but it's very important to educate your client on why it's useful, why it costs so much, what exactly is going into it, and how much of your life you've spent building up to this point. You know what I mean? I think that's the passion and the practice and the effort and the amount of time that you've put into it. It needs to be explained further than just showing them the art, because they, as much as an artist will like to think that just showing them the skill is going to be enough for them to understand how much you put into it, it's never enough, because a non-artist does not know what it takes to learn art. They just don't. They think maybe you watched a YouTube video or two and then you were all of a sudden an artist. In the back of their head, almost all artists, or I'm sorry, almost all non-artists think that they could do it if they just had the time. I mean, some of them don't. Some of them say, "Oh, I can't even draw a stick figure. I don't know good art from bad art," and that kind of stuff. But those people also need to be educated, because they, like they said, they don't know good art from bad art, so they won't understand the difference that it will make for the people who do. Sorry, this is probably getting annoying. Let's put some snares in here. Yeah. Not to mention the free art I throw out all the time. Yeah, I feel that. And like I've said, we've had this conversation before, where I feel like it's okay to give away some art as long as you're fine with doing it. You know what I mean? I don't really know what I'm doing here. But yeah, I don't mean to cut the conversation short. I just felt like that bass drum was probably getting on some people's nerves, because it was just over and over and over the same thing, and we were chatting. But yeah, I feel like we're getting there now. I kind of tuned it out. Yeah, no, I know how it goes. I'm not trying to annoy people that are just like trying to chill or like lurk or whatever. No. Yeah, no, I mean, selling art is a difficult thing to do. I mean, you're literally selling part of your soul, right? Because you're putting your soul into it, and you want people to respect that, and giving it away is like a whole nother thing. All the free art I've thrown out, though, has paid off. It usually does. You know, the thing is that as long as you go into it knowing that you're giving it away, then it's really easy to like recuperate from that, and to rebound from that, and to feel good about that. But if you go into it thinking that you're gonna make money and then you end up wasting a bunch of time, that sucks. That is the worst feeling, because you're like, oh, this will be worth it because I'm making money, and then all of a sudden the client ghosts you or doesn't pay for you. It says they went to someone else, they don't like it for whatever reason, they want you to do it this way, that way, this way, that way, without paying for comps. Like, that shit hurts your soul. It does. It's just as bad as like a job that doesn't treat you right. Let's do something else with the snare here. And then we need some hi-hats, right? That's not gonna work. We want it there. And then we want open hi-hat. That sounds terrible. Let's not do that. There's a wild Garbodor in chat. A wild Garbodor. Porky chat. Pokey catch. Pokey attach. Catch. I cannot type all of a sudden. I'm really excited though. Streaming art turned out a lot better than I thought. Cool, yeah, no, streaming art can be a weird thing. Like the productiveness like can vary. Sometimes it can be a little bit boring for people, so it's like I was talking earlier with my stream, it can be hard to make it exciting, and sometimes people will get real quiet, and you just kind of have to roll with the punches and keep doing it. Realize that you're being productive. You're kind of doing two things at once, and there's a lot going on there. We do have an ad break, so we'll take a small break here, and we'll be back shortly. Alright, we're back from the ad break. We'll get back to some more splitting headache music here. I kind of like it actually. Yeah, Cryptic says, yeah, but you have the skill to hold a conversation. I find it's really easy to forget about chat. That definitely took practice. That took a lot of practice. Oh my god, if you watch, by the way, all of my VODs go all the way back to my very first start. And they're all up on YouTube. and if you watch them, you can watch my very, very gradual progression in being able to hold a conversation, or even like talking to myself. At first, I was just quiet and said very little, unless I knew exactly what I was talking about, and that wasn't that often. Actually, I think some of my first streams were music streams, and those were the easiest for me because it was something that I knew that we could just like listen, and then I could talk about what I just made and what we're hearing, and then I could talk about the production and like the technical side of it. Like I could talk about the theories I have about why it sounds this way or why it sounds good when I do this or that. And I think that helped a lot. And those were my most successful early streams for sure. And then I went from that to Unity stuff, which was like a little bit easier, but like playing games, oh my god, I was so bad at playing games and streaming because you're like focused on the game. You're not like paying attention to chat. That makes it so much harder for me. Yeah, I don't know how people do it really well. Like, especially like action-based games, I literally have to pause it and check to see what people are saying and read it that way, and then unpause it and play again, and then pause it and check, and then if nothing's there, I unpause it again, and yeah. But this is a nice little start. Let's get some melody in here. We've got the bass there, so let's do something on this one. We'll I really like the vibrato tone that we had. Where did that go? There it is. I don't know why it wasn't appearing to me. What do we want this to start at? Guess we could do C again. I like C. We could do some octaves. No, that sounds bad. I think we already did that before. Let's do that. Let's not do that. Something I kind of want to figure out is if my AI companion can read chat to me like he's translating. So that's called text to speech, and that is a possibility for sure. So in order to end that, we'll throw a blip. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting squares again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably don't even need that there. The issue is, how do I make it not read fish? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know that about that stuff. Can't really help you there, but I'm sure there's a way. For example, my chat box doesn't. If you do fish, my chat box doesn't say it, Like if you do a command, like mute, chat box doesn't say mute, right? Because it's a command. It recognizes. I guess I'm just solo for now. Yeah, honestly, there's things that you'll have to learn on your own. That's just the way that it is. If you're gonna try to do something unique, you're gonna have to learn it on your own. There's probably someone else out there that can help you. I'm just not the person, unfortunately. I've never done anything text-to-speech before. There is a way to do it within Mix It Up, but I'm not sure that it handles the actual text-to-speech part, but there's a thing that says text-to-speech, so I imagine it has something to do with that. My stream avatar still reads the Pokemon game also. So what I did was I just blacklisted the stream avatar Pokemon guy. I just threw him out. Same with all my bots, stream elements and stuff like that. I just blacklist them from stream avatars, so that way I treat them as if they're like a troll. It's definitely fun having the AI companion. Yeah, I mean, you know, different strokes for different folks. Like personally, I don't really like that stuff, but if that's what you want to do with it, that's your stream, you know, totally. But yeah, I think some people appreciate that stuff more than others. For me, it's just, I don't know, I get sick of robotic voices really quick, and the AI stuff, it's entertaining at first, and then after a while it just gets kind of boring. There's not a lot of depth to it, you know what I mean? Although I think it is funny that every AI that I've come across has some joke. If you do the open the pod bay doors hell, they has some witty response that someone pre-programmed into it because they knew someone would say that to the AI. So anytime I come across a new AI, I check the pre-programmed response for open the pod bay doors hell. Wait, we can do that? Yeah, we can do that. You go into your streaming avatars, and then you can like click on someone. Like let's say we want to, same with Beam Me Up Sky. Oh, I didn't realize that about Beam Me Up Sky. Let's say you wanna do something with this guy. You can click on it and blacklist it. Boom. Where'd you go, man? You're gone. You died. And then you unblacklist it, and the next time you chat, you'll come back. But you can whitelist, you can bot mod. I don't know what all this stuff is, to be honest. But there, you're back. So yeah, super easy. We'll get rid of that and we'll throw this back up here. That's cool. Yeah, that's how you get rid of annoying bots that you don't want on your stream avatars. Wow, that got really annoying fast. Let's make another one. Whoa, that's not what I want. Let's delete that one, and then we'll copy this one. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. We'll copy it, not cut it. And then we'll go back to this and this, and we'll marquee it all, and then we'll I don't even know what we're doing here. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that sounds so bad. It takes a little bit of learning, but there is a lot of cool stuff within stream avatars that I've been enjoying. It's like a very cool piece of little software there. I'm just fucking around at this point. I have no idea if this will sound terrible or magically it might sound good, but it's probably gonna sound pretty bad. So cover your ears, everyone. It actually wasn't too terrible except for this last note. There is a wild Bagon in chat. Bagon. Pokey catch. Let's put this somewhere. There. So I read somewhere, or maybe it was, I don't know if I read it, but somehow I heard that there's only 3 real variations in music. You've got ascending, you've got descending, and then you've got back and forth. And those are the only real 3 variations in music, apparently. Things go up, da 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 da. Things go down, da 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 da. Or things go back and forth, da 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 da. Yeah. I don't like it. But let's try that instead and make sure that this is, yeah, okay. Music wisdom. It's just one of those things. If you simplify it, there's only so many patterns. Of course, there's a lot of different up and down patterns, like zigzag patterns. And you can do a lot with ascending. You can go up, down, up, down, down, up. You know, things like that. This doesn't sound terrible though. Let's make it cooler though. Let's make it more interesting. Let's do this that thing I do where I make it wig out. Got a nice little rainbow going here. And I like how this sounds. It's a fun little bloopy bleep. Bloopity blop. Oh, did that one not make it? Go. From the top. I think the snare needs to be louder. Let's make the snare louder. Which one was it? The green one? The green one. Wait, does this one not have the high? Oh, it does. Okay. I wasn't hearing it though. Oh, I just wasn't paying enough attention. There's room for more stuffs. Let's do more stuffs with this. And we'll do more of that vibrato. I really like the vibrato, so we'll do like an octave even higher. And then lower, and then Out of everything in game dev, music is the scariest thing for me. I could see why that would be. Music was very, 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 very challenging for me to learn. But I started when I was in like 4th grade, so... But man, did I suck back then. I was so bad. And I'm still not, like, the world's best musician by any stretch here. You put me up against a professional guitarist or something like that, and I can't hold my own. I can't even speak their language. I've been playing guitar since I was in junior high, and I am not, like, classically trained. I play by ear. I know very little music theory. I'm always learning new things, and I'm not like afraid to learn things, but I go at my own pace, and I don't do well with training. I'm not good at memorizing things. I'm just not. So I focus on composing on the spot and recording rather than playing live. Like, I have a good memory, but when it comes to putting the fingers in the right spot at the right time and remembering, like, that's just too much for my brain to do. I would much rather compose something on the spot than I would try to memorize something. And that's a skill that a lot of people who learn by memorization don't have, is that they can't just compose something on the spot. They have to write riffs, and then they write those down, and then they memorize them, and then they play them in conjunction, and then eventually they can play the whole piece because they memorized it that way. But for me, I'd rather sit down and try to write something, and if I make a mistake or fuck something up, then I'll just play it again until I don't make that mistake, kind of thing, and then I'll hit record. But a lot of times with DAWs and stuff like that, you don't even need to, like, get it right. You just fix it in post, you know? So I kind of like this stuff, but I maybe we'll try something also over here, maybe? I don't know. We'll do one of these, maybe. I don't know. No, that's not bad. Let's try that again. We'll go... Oh, we can't do that because we're eating things. Can't eat things. That's not bad too. Sounds and music for me are one of the most important parts of the game. I 100% agree. They're very important. Importance only behind the gameplay loop. So it all has to work together. There's no doubt about that. That actually sounded kind of cool. I like that. So the thing is that it depends on the game. All right. So it's always going to depend on the type of game it is. Each game requires a different recipe, right? A different like, what do they call that when you like divvy out your skill points in D&D when you're creating a character? That's like games, right? If you ever played what is it, Game Dev Tycoon, right? That's the one Tycoon game that I played the shit out of, was Game Dev Tycoon. And even Game Dev Tycoon is just a game, so they've oversimplified it. But the reality is that you need to figure out what's important for each game. Sometimes the gameplay is the most important thing. Sometimes the narrative is the most important thing. Time for bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Thank you for hanging out, Kixie. I very much appreciate you. And yeah, I hope you sleep well. Hope you have a great day tomorrow, and that you're fully well rested when you get up and the sun is shining and that birds are chirping. If the sun's not out yet, then when it comes out, then it's shining. But yeah, I hope that you enjoy your day tomorrow and that you are fully rested for it. So have a good one, and thank you again. But yeah, games are like, it's like taking care of a kid, right? I don't have any kids, but I imagine they all have different needs, right? if you got a kid that's like really good at math, then you don't want to like shelter them from math. You want to like expose them to math, right? If you got a kid that likes to draw, you want to expose them to all types of media, you know, watercolors, finger paints, whatever you can afford, because art's really expensive. Same with music. If you have a musical kid, give them music lessons, you know, teach them how to sing, you know. The same thing goes for art. It goes for, well, for any art, really, but for games particularly. If the game is... I don't know, it's hard to describe, but you get a feeling when you're testing the game what type of game it needs to be. Kixie says, "Thank you. You're welcome, Kixie. Always a pleasure to have you here. You're definitely one of the more fun parts of the stream is getting the chance to talk to you and seeing you come in and hang out, and I very much appreciate you being here. It brightens my day. And Cryptic as well. I like chatting with good people. I mean, it's fun chatting with complete strangers too, you know. But it's always nice to have MVP Kixie in the house for sure. But yeah, if you've got a puzzle game, you know, sometimes the music and the sound effects aren't as important because you can still play it on silent and have fun. But on the other hand, you can probably make that experience better by having good sound effects and making it really juicy with the music and the sound effects going together. And puzzle games should have good music, and it makes them better for having good music. Is it needed? I don't necessarily know. You know, and like narratives need like good dialogue. You've got a narrative based game. You need dialogue. Probably need it more than the sound effects. But then again, instead of doing sound effects, you could do voice acting, which would really help the narrative. You know what I mean? But then it's also like a big expense, you know? Kixie says, "Good night, Cryptic." Well, shucks. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. But thank you for being here. You're always appreciated. And you brighten the mood of the entire stream. Not just my mood, but the entire stream. And every stream you go to, I feel it. You brighten everyone's day. So keep being you, Kixie. And yeah. So when it comes to games, it's easy to say that oh, gameplay is first. But sometimes gameplay isn't first. I mean, if you look at like a visual novel, that's not really the case. Gameplay isn't first in a visual novel. Sometimes all a visual novel's gameplay is choosing one or two options on occasion and just having a compelling story. And those are valid games. They are. I mean, it seems weird as a mechanics developer, but to someone who's a more narrative-based developer, it's not weird at all. That's totally normal. Well, the novel is the gameplay, is it not? I mean, what we're talking about is semantics at this point. But if we're talking about mechanics being gameplay, then not really, right? The mechanics would be like choosing the options in the dialogue, right? But what gameplay is kind of like up in the air at that point, right? Because if we're using the term gameplay, it could be super loose, right? But if we further describe gameplay as being mechanics or narrative, those are two very different things, right? But yeah, I mean, if you look at it in the most broadest sense of the term, gameplay would just be playing the game. Anything that plays in the game is gameplay. So that makes anything within the game is gameplay then. The music would be gameplay, the sound effects would be gameplay, anything that's playing in the game would be gameplay. But I don't think that's actually what gameplay means. I think gameplay typically refers to the actual mechanics and how the player is interacting with the mechanics. I think gameplay typically has something to do with mechanics. But yeah, I see what you're saying. If you're talking about something that has very little mechanics, then gameplay might mean something else to that designer, and that's totally valid also because it's a pretty vague term to use. There's a Varoom in chat. Sounds like a race car. Is that a race car Pokemon? Varoom. Let's get both of those and see what it sounds like on that other one too. What if we did something different on the first one where we take these and we move it up to there? What if that was there instead? You got the Varoom with your Ultra Ball, nice work. But yeah, each game is going to have a different core, right? And the core is always going to be the most important part. So I would say anytime you're designing a game, figure out what the core is. And a lot of times you can break down the core into 3 or sometimes 4 pillars, they call them. Pokebuy, it's Pokeshop, Pokeball, or Pokeshop Ultra Ball. That's how you gotta do Pokeshop, not Pokebuy. Alright, so I think we should be at C7 for the next one. And we'll slow it down. So we'll go ahead and we'll start with the base, the kick. And what was that at before? C4? Or at C3? We'll go ahead and we'll just do some low kicks. And let's get that vibrato up at C7, and then we'll do the fade. And Pokeshop Ultra Ball times 50. You can't buy that item. It's because you put the X in there. You don't want to do the X. Why Pokemon? If you do Pokeshop Ultra Ball and then just the number with no X, then you'll be okay. There you go. I kind of like that. Let's do let's do that again. I liked it so much. We'll do it again. But we'll change it. I don't know what it's gonna change to though. I gotta hear it again. The struggle. It needs to start at a higher thing. Whoa. Why isn't it selecting all of them? Did I eat all of those kicks? I frickin' did. Wait, are they eaten here too? They are. Alright, I was on the wrong channel. So, we'll take this, copy it, and put it here. And then put it there. And then we'll go back to the duty one. And we'll take these, copy, put them there. Put them there. And then we could do something interesting with these since we've got them. We might as well, right? Just for, you know, the sake of science. This is probably gonna sound terrible. Actually, that didn't sound that bad. That's not cool. The second one sounded better than the first one. I feel like the first one was off. What did we do? We did it higher and then lower. Let's do both lower. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower. Let's do them the same. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? No, 4 in between, not 5 in between. There we go. Let's try that now. I feel like it needs something more. I think it needs a descending pattern there at the end. Something like that. So we'll do the old rainbow thing. But we don't want it on black keys. Otherwise, we'll be out of key. Wait, is that what I just chose? No. Let's hear what that sounds like. I like it, but it's on the wrong thing. I ate that bass note. So let's put it on the right thing. And we'll remove it from, actually, let's not remove, let's just remove the one that we can't have, and then we'll lower it down an octave so we get that weird phasing effect. And then copy and paste that there, and let's try it one more time. And we'll do the same here. Oh, that's not the one we want. We want the whole shebang. Marquee. Oh, don't give me that. Shebang. And oh, we want it in a different spot though. We want it right there. And then we want this guy, and we'll put it oh, there. Oh, but not there, because that's not where we want it. We want it to be just an octave lower. So what was that? 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Yeah, so let's hear what this sounds like. Let's start from the top. All right, I had an idea. What if we do this one to be ascending instead of descending, and that way we get like the bolt thing to confuse the brain thing going on. Confuse the brain. Alright, so I think what we need to do is make a couple more and duplicate these because it just changes too quickly. So let's do this kind of thing. Was there a kick missing? Did I eat a kick and not realize I did? I never brought that kick back. Bass drum, kick, oh, pencil, kick. Alright, that should work. Yeah. I also feel like the kick is too quiet now, so let's go ahead and change the kick drum volume to be a little louder. Alright, let's do something different here. There's a wild Salondit in chat. Poke catch if you want to catch the Salondit. Man, I still can't believe how many gift subs I'm getting. I just got another one. It seems like every day I'm getting 1 or 2 gift subs. I don't know why it's happening. It's probably because I'm on Twitch all day. I like wake up, turn on my computer, and Twitch is one of the windows that's open. I lurk a lot. But a lot of times it's like people that... Well, I guess I am following this person, so yeah, that makes sense. But I don't really know them. A lot of times when I like get rated in with someone else's stream and I like the streamer, I'll follow them, and then I'll like never end up going back to their stream just because I'm usually streaming. I don't know. I guess I should lurk in their stream. Maybe tell them thank you for the gift sub. I usually try to do that. Okay, yeah, I remember this. I think Indy rated this girl. And she was playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, and she still is. I should thank them. Yeah, they're still in the chat. I always feel bad like typing into a chat that I'm not actually listening to, because they might be like, oh, so and such, but I put in some lurk emojis so that way it's obvious that I'm lurking. But yeah. Anyways, I like where this is going. Oh, I always type lurk. Yeah. I do that from time to time, but yeah, I guess I should do that. That's probably a good move. Alright, what about hi-hats? Maybe it needs hi-hats in the chorus? It just sounds so bare. There's literally no noise whatsoever. Let's put in a snare and a hi-hat. We'll just do like minimal stuff so it still has the juxtaposition. Let's change the snare to this one. And or you know what, let's do a crash instead because it kind of has a snare vibe. Where to put it, I don't know. Maybe here. Just to guess. That actually is where I wanted it, yeah. But we want 2 of them there. And then we'll copy all of them, put them in the same spot there. From the top. I feel like it needs another. It needs a third. We'll copy it, paste it right there. And right there. Alright, that last crash, excuse me, crash should be a snare. We'll do a snare instead, and we'll do the weird snare so that way we know that it's weird. Draw. But we might need to make that weird snare louder. I like it, but it needs another. Maybe even 3. Maybe some variation. I think that this one should be higher. I'm not sure if I like that or not. I think I don't like it. I think it needs to be in the middle. I think it needs something else. I think it needs to sound funny. It needs to sound funnier. We need something that sounds funny. There's a metallic sound that might sound funny. We'll find the funny sound that way. It's gotta sound funny. Also, we can change that to sound even funnier. It sounded kind of funny, but I don't know if it sounded funny enough. So I'm only hearing 2 of them, so let's get that third one to make a sound. We'll put it right there. Still only hearing where is it on that? Maybe like that. I don't know. What if we did another orange one? Or an explosion? I didn't hear it. Why am I not hearing it? Alright, I think I heard it. I don't know. I still feel like it cuts into that chorus a little bit funny, because it's got these, but it needs like more on this channel. There is a wild Dino in chat. Some type of Pokemon. If you want to try to Poke Catch. I think I like that. And then we'll take that. Oh, that's not what we wanted. We'll take that and we'll add it to this one also. But C7, to that. So it's an octave higher. So we want it to be there. But I don't know if you can actually hear that. It just kind of sounds like clicking. So let's go an octave lower with this one. I think I like that. We do got an ad starting soon, so we'll take a break for that. Yeah, we'll take that little break here, and we'll put down some other music to cleanse the palate a bit and come back. Alright, we're back from the ad break. And yeah, our palate's been cleansed a bit, so let's go back to what we were working on. We'll start from the top. I think it needs an intro. Maybe. I don't know, it loops better without it probably. I don't know. I kind of like it. I can't think of anything that I would do to change it. It's a little short, but we said that about the last song, and it seems to be working pretty well too. Let's listen to the last song again. Let's save this and listen to the last song. Yeah, I like that song too. Let's go back to what we were just working on. Yeah, this is dope. Let's save this, and I know it's getting pretty late here. Should probably be looking for someone to raid. Sorry, I'm getting carried away with my own dit-dits here. So I recently came across this Doom streamer who seems pretty cool. Her model does get kind of risque, but it's just a VTube model, so it's whatever. And we're also pretty late night here. And also, I'm not as PG as Kixie, I don't think. I'm not trying to be completely PG or anything like that. I swear, and I'm not afraid to talk about some of the more adult subjects. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be like a sexy VTuber person or like a hentai person or I mean, I drew a nude chick already. There you go. You've seen a naked person before. I'm not trying to stream for kids. But yeah, she's pretty cool. She's been going for like 9.5 hours, so that's, yeah, people are chanting 10-hour stream, 10-hour stream. So let's give her a raid. And she seems pretty cool. She doesn't have like a whole lot of viewers. She yeah, so yeah, she's got less followers than me. So let's give her a raid and be real cool. And it's Doom. Doom is cool. So let's do that. We'll throw on some music while we figure that out. So yeah, I don't use raid. I use raid message. So that way you can set the raid message if you want, but we're already using your raid message. So yeah, it looks like that. And yeah, so copy your raid message, and then we'll raid Madame. Why didn't yours copy? Oh, because it didn't put the spaces between it. Damn mobile, yeah. Madame Doom. So yeah. Sorry about your raid message thing, but you can always do it the hard way or the long way, or just write whatever you want. Use your own raid emotes, whatever you got, and we'll raid Madame Doom. I got my message right. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're gonna raid Madame Doom. If anyone's interested in watching someone play Doom, Plutonia Experiment, which is like a extension to Doom, like a free DLC kind of thing. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it wasn't free. I don't know. But it's fun. I know that much, and it should be a fun stream. So I'm gonna get her open so I can actually listen when we pop in, because that's a problem I have. Yeah. So we should be ready to roll here. I'm gonna hit the button and then we'll be in Madame Doom stream. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Cryptic and Kixie for being mods. You guys are always awesome. And yeah, Lumby for hanging out. Very cool. Wallace for supporting me and always doing the Star Fox stuff. Indiana Crones for hanging out and lurking a bit. Appreciate all of y'all. You're all very awesome. And if I left anyone out, I'm sorry. We've run out of time. But thank you. I appreciate you all. We'll see you there.